Chapter 332. On Ning Fan's side, 5 of the blood wolves were already dead. Even though the last one was at the blood ignition realm, it still couldn't withstand the joint attacks of the dragon and the centipede. Gradually, it suffered heavy injuries and was devoured by the centipede. The remaining 8 star wolves died under the combined attacks of the women and monster-sealing beasts. At the entrance of the Snow Valley, Ning Fan was guarding it. Whenever a wolf approaches him, he would swing his sword and kill it. Piles of wolf corpses piled up at his feet, but not a single one was able to get past his defense. When the 8 star wolves were all dead, Ning Fan took a step forward and leaped onto the golden flame chariot. Carrying the experts on his side, he left Lu Jiefan and the others behind and rushed into the Snow Valley first. Not good. The key is going to fall into Liu Bei's hands. As soon as Lu Jiefan, Chu Shun and the 2 elderly men saw Ning Fan entering the Snow Valley before them, their expressions immediately turned solemn. Although they were still surrounded by a large number of demonic wolves, they had killed all the star wolves and blood wolves, leaving many nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators here to slaughter the wolves. Lu Jiefan and the other 3 did not linger any longer. For rays of light went straight after the golden flame chariot. Damn it, Lin Su's eyes were full of jealousy. His strength was not enough to kill his way out of the encirclement of the wolves at all. He could only watch helplessly as these half-step void refinement realm experts fought for the key to the Star Palace. At first, the road in the snowy valley was 10 zhang wide, but when they reached the deepest part, it was only 30 zhang wide. The golden flame chariot was barely able to move through. Occasionally, the chariot would collide with the mountain walls, leaving scratches on the chariot. From this, one could tell how tough these mountains were. After traveling for several hours, the end of the snowy valley was only 1.5 feet wide, and it was a line of sky surrounded by the peaks of stars. The golden flame chariot could not pass through, so only one person could enter in turn. After crossing this line of sky, the scenery widened, revealing a huge basin of ice and snow. In the center of the basin, there was a silver ice mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. However, if one were to look closely, one would discover that this was not an ice mountain at all. Instead, it was an enormous egg that was formed from ice. The eggshell was formed from cold ice, and within the ice crystals was a massive wolf monster that was 50,000 feet tall. It seemed to be in a deep slumber. Separated by an ice mountain, it let out steady and powerful breaths. This ice mountain is a sleeping demonic egg. The one sealed inside is the sleeping wolf king. Shiran covered her small mouth and exclaimed, "Oh." Although she was a member of the demon clan, she did not have much experience. This was the first time she had seen a demon clan expert in a deep sleep. Shiran was so excited that she even wanted to fly up to the ice mountain to see the sleeping wolf king up close. "Shoo, silly girl. Lower your voice. If you wake up the wolf king, with his void refinement realm cultivation base, I'm afraid that he will eat you up immediately." Wu Yan pulled Shiran, who was eager to try her luck, and smiled in surprise. It was no wonder that Shiran was so excited. The demon egg's dormancy was a self-sealing technique that only the ancient demon clans knew about. As long as the demon egg was strong enough, it was possible to seal an expert within it and make him dormant for billions of years without dying. Lu Wu, Lu Daochen, and the others were all members of the ancient Yao race. They had lived for 150 million years in the Yao egg. The greatest benefit of the demon egg being asleep was that it could isolate the passage of time, allowing the ancient people to live to the future. The biggest drawback was that he couldn't cultivate while he was in deep sleep, and there was no guarantee of safety. At the same time, he couldn't accurately control when he would wake up. Greed's dormancy was a little special. It wasn't a complete slumber, and it didn't isolate the passage of time. He just used the demon egg to gather his demon power. Therefore, he could grow old and die. He could also cultivate while sleeping inside the egg. However, Greed was still in a deep sleep. If there were no blood wolves outside to wake him up, it would be difficult for him to wake up on his own. So this is the dormant demon egg? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Just like she ran, it was his first time seeing a demon clan expert in a deep sleep. An egg was indeed an egg. When he was still a mortal, he had heard of many myths and legends in the mortal world. For example, there was a giant who slept inside an egg for countless years. In the end, he broke the eggshell and created a small kiliacosm. For example, there was a fairy maiden who once used a stone egg to mend the sky. In the end, one of the stone eggs was left on an island in the mortal world. In the end, an expert of the ape clan broke out of the stone and emerged from it. When he was still a mortal, he only laughed at this kind of legend. However, as his cultivation base improved, he saw more and more bizarre things. It turned out that the dormant egg of the demon clan really existed. Almost all the blood wolves were killed. Those 9 blood wolves and 18 star wolves should have obtained the power bestowed by this wolf king. That's why they are far stronger than ordinary demon wolves. At the same time, they also have the ability to wake the wolf king up. Unfortunately, the star wolves and blood wolves are all dead. No matter how we attack the giant egg, the wolf king won't wake up. This is the risk of the demon clan in a deep sleep. Some of the heavenly geniuses of the ancient demon clans could not dominate the world in that era. Thus, they sealed themselves and hoped that they would succeed in the Tao-seeking realm countless years later. However, I don't know how many heavenly geniuses were killed while they were in a deep sleep. Lu Daochen sighed continuously. Before entering the third world, other than him and Ning Fan, no one knew that Lu Wu was already dead. Most of the other 8 demon sealers were the same as Lu Jiefan. They entered the third world to ambush Lu Wu. They did not have any good intention to wake him up. This was the sorrow of the demon clan in a deep sleep, this was the price they had to pay for being isolated from the world. What are we waiting for? Let's break the ice mountain and eliminate this wolf king. Feng Jiang and Lei Jiang revealed looks of excitement. Killing a void refinement realm ferocious beast was a glorious thing to any demon general who loved to fight. However, just as the two of them took a step forward, 4 rays of traveling light came from the one-line sky snow valley and turned into 4 human figures. They were none other than Lu Jiefan, Chu Shun and the other half-step void refinement realm experts. Chu Shun was an exception. As a peak divine transformation realm expert, he had once crippled a half-step void refinement realm expert. His strength was unquestionable and he was also very monstrous. Of course, he was not as monstrous as Ning Fan. Hee. General Bei's golden flame chariot runs really fast. We almost couldn't catch up to it. Lu Jiefan and the others had rushed here in a hurry to get a share of the spoils. Once they kill Tan Lang and obtain the key to the Star Palace, they would fight for it without hesitation. The prerequisite was that Tan Lang must have the key to the Star Palace. They sure came fast. Why don't we deal with the 4 of them first before eliminating the Wolf King? Yu Lingkong was a little displeased. She naturally did not like to share the fruits of victory with others. Her words immediately caused the expressions of Lu Jiefan and the others to change. The atmosphere became tense and hostile. Lu Jiefan, in particular, was secretly shocked when he looked at Yu Lingkong. Inwardly, he thought to himself, this little girl with an ordinary appearance actually has such courage. She actually dares to fight among herself before killing the Wolf King. I really can't tell that this little girl is a ruthless person. Ning Fan, however, waved his hand and rejected Yu Lingkong's suggestion. Then, he pulled this little girl who was eager to fight back. Silly you you called me silly. I just want to help you snatch the key, alright? Also, let go of me. Am I very familiar with you? Pay attention to the way you address me and be polite. Yu Lingkong struggled with dissatisfaction, trying to free her wrist from Ning Fan's devil grasp. Unfortunately, after Ning Fan's strength skyrocketed, his strength had also increased by a lot. With Yu Lingkong's current body of a little girl, she actually could not break free from Ning Fan's grasp. She could only let Ning Fan touch her little hand and take advantage of her. Silly girl. If we want to kill the Wolf King, we need to break this ice egg first. Only then can we hurt him. This ice egg is not easy to break. We still need to combine our strength. If you want to kill him or fight him, you can talk about it after we kill Tan Lang. Ning Fan's words calmed everyone down. The reason why he stopped them from fighting was because he already knew that Tan Lang did not have the key. Thus, there was no point in fighting him at all. On the other hand, it was also because Lu Jiefan and the other three old men gave him a strong sense of threat. Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun were not easy to deal with. As for the other two old men, he had already plotted against them and could kill them at any time. The reason why Ning Fan wanted to kill Tan Lang was not for the key. Instead, he wanted to open the path to the central area of the Heaven Palace. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. As for Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun, he did not have the intention to kill them. Seeing that Ning Fan had spoken out to stop them, most of the people also calmed down. Just like what Ning Fan had said, even if they really want to fight, they should at least work together to break the gigantic ice egg first. It's not simple. The ice egg that the Wolf King is sleeping in is condensed from the cold chi of the entire Snow Valley. I'm afraid its sturdiness is already enough to withstand a mid-void refinement realm attack. It seems like we still need to work together again and attack together to break this ice egg. Chu Shun said with a solemn expression. All right. I'll count to 3. All of us Divine Transformation Realm cultivators will use our strongest techniques to break this eggshell. Lu Jiefan's eyes swept across the crowd. Chu Shun was the first one to nod his head. Ning Fan also nodded in agreement. As for the two old men from the White Devil sect, their eyes flashed with cold light after exchanging glances with each other. However, they also nodded their heads. As soon as the plan was made, everyone took out their magic treasures and performed hand seals to increase their aura force. The temperature in the snow basin suddenly rose and violent winds blew. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the blood sword in his hand. Traces of sword intent rose in his eyes and the sword chi at the tip of the sword turned into sword threads. 1, 2, 3. At the moment when Lu Jiefan shouted 3, everyone moved away from each other and launched their strongest attacks at the ice egg. Except for the two old men from the White Devil sect. Waves of attacks landed on the gigantic ice egg. The combined attacks of tens of Divine Transformation Realm cultivators only left cracks on the surface of the egg and faint golden demon blood flowed out from the cracks. Ning Fan also slashed at the ice egg with his sword. However, his mind was constantly thinking about the two old men from the White Devil sect. When everyone was attacking the ice egg and half of their strength was exhausted, the eyes of the two old men from the White Devil sect flashed with killing intent. Each of them took out an immortal talisman which gave off a chilling aura. An ice flame flashed on the tip of their fingers and they burned the talisman. Then, the talisman turned into 2 gusts of bone-piercing icy wind and swept towards the crowd in an instant. Hee hee. There are too many monks and not enough gruel. We will figure out a way to break the ice egg later. You ants from the mortal world can die now. Snatch the treasure. Without a doubt, the two of them wanted to snatch the treasure. Most of them were cautious. During their first attack on the ice egg, they held back half of their strength in case someone broke the agreement and attacked them. However, even though they were prepared, none of them expected that the two old men from the White Devil sect would be so arrogant. They directly attacked all the experts and wanted to take the ice egg for themselves. Under the icy wind, even Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun were slightly injured by it. Their eyes were filled with anger. Damn it! You two actually want to take the key to the Star Palace for yourselves. Ha! So what if we take it for ourselves? Lie. The two old men shouted the word lie at the same time. Immediately, the icy wind became even more violent. Even an early divine transformation realm cultivator would be torn to pieces by the icy wind if they were not prepared. After sending Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun flying, the two old men looked at the ice egg which was already half destroyed. In a flash, they appeared in front of the ice mountain. Then, they activated their mountain-moving force and carried the huge ice mountain on their shoulders, trying to put it into their storage pouch. The icy wind was very powerful. It could at least delay the experts on the scene for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In that time, the two of them could escape with the ice egg of the greedy wolf. Then, they would find a place to slowly destroy the egg and kill the greedy wolf. The icy wind swept towards Ning Fan and the others as if it was going to sweep them away. Each of the severed demon realm cultivators' faces were filled with anger. They wanted to scold the two old men for being shameless. However, before they could finish their words, a black firewall suddenly rose from the ground. It blocked part of the icy wind and protected the women and the severed demon realm cultivators from getting hurt. Moreover, after blocking the icy wind, the firewall turned into 9-10,000 zhang-long fire dragons which were burning with black flames, greatly reducing the destructive power of the icy wind. It's not a good thing to keep all the treasures to yourself. Ning Fan passed through the black flames. Stepping on a fire dragon, he broke through the ice wind. With a sway of his body, he landed heavily on top of the gigantic ice mountain egg. Then, he moved at lightning speed and forcefully sucked the faint golden demon blood out of the egg. The demon blood was extremely similar to the golden blood he obtained in the first world. They both possessed great power. The demon blood used to belong to Lu Wu, which was devoured by the greedy wolf. Now, it was sucked dry by Ning Fan along one of the wounds on the wolf's body. No one knew that Ning Fan had taken advantage of the chaos to suck out all the demon blood of the wolf and condensed 18 drops of golden demon blood in his sleeve. After sucking out all the demon blood of the wolf was already on the verge of death. Its chi was extremely weak. The two pitiful old monsters of the White Devil sect did not know that the sleeping wolf on the huge ice mountain they were carrying on their shoulders was about to die. This dead wolf did not have the key and his demon blood had been sucked dry by Ning Fan. Thus, he had no value at all. Since the two old monsters of the White Devil sect wanted to fight for it, then let them fight. Break! Standing on the peak of the ice mountain, Ning Fan suddenly bent his body and punched the ice mountain below him. Boom! More cracks appeared on the ice mountain. The force of the punch passed through the cracks of the ice mountain and reached the inside of the mountain. It shook the sleeping wolf's demon body and directly shattered his demon soul, completely eliminating the wolf. The remaining force of the punch reached the shoulders of the two old monsters. Their shoulder bones were all broken and they spurted out blood. However, their eyes turned fierce and they forcefully kept the ice mountain into their storage pouches. Brat, the next time we meet will be the day you die. Leave now. They glared at Ning Fan viciously. However, they knew that it was not the right time to fight Ning Fan at this moment. They should immediately run away with their treasures. One of them held the ice-black tortoise shield while the other held the wind snow pure vase. The two of them ran away together, causing a group of experts to curse at them. Shameless! How dare you go back on your words? You two are the experts of the White Devil sect in the upper world. Humph! Trying to take the Star Palace's key for yourself? Dream on! Almost in an instant, Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun turned around and chased after the two old monsters. Yu Lingkong and Yuan Yao were also anxious. They wanted to chase after the two old monsters but they were stopped by Ning Fan. We don't have to fight for it. Why? They took the Star Palace's key. No. They didn't get the key. Ning Fan smiled and kept the 18 drops of golden blood into the pill bottle. Then, he transmitted his voice to Yuan Yao and the other women who were anxious. The key has been in my hands since the beginning. Swish. Other than the female corpse who was still wearing a relaxed expression, the other 4 women were quite surprised. How can it be? I don't understand. Shiran was bewildered. If the Star Palace's key was in Ning Fan's hands from the beginning, what was the point of his effort to kill the wolves? There's no time to explain now. I have already killed the wolf in the chaos. Before those people notice us and return, we can take the opportunity to enter the central area of the Heaven Palace. Ning Fan only transmitted his words to the women. Lu Daochen did not need to say anything. Of course, he knew that the key was in Ning Fan's hands. After all, he was the one who gave it to Ning Fan. As for the other 7 demon sealers, some of them had been taken as demon slaves by Ning Fan while some of them were not close to him. Master Lu, I'm going to fulfill my promise to you. As the demon sealers, you should leave the Star Palace as soon as possible and return to the second world to take care of the tribe. I have a feeling that the Star Palace won't be peaceful in the near future. When Ning Fan thought of the approaching danger, his eyes turned solemn. Go and fulfill your promise to me. I only have one thing to say to you. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Lu Daochen's old eyes were cloudy. He was extremely excited. He was finally going to fulfill his lifelong wish of freeing himself from the punishment of General Lu's remnant soul. Ning Fan was the one who helped him fulfill his long-cherished wish. He deeply remembered Ning Fan's kindness. No matter how fast he ascends to the demon spirit land in the future, he would never forget that there was once a person named Liu Bei who helped him fulfill his long-cherished wish, which was even more important than his life. The icy wind had yet to completely disperse, but the atmosphere in the basin of ice and snow had already become desolate. The other 7 demon sealers looked at each other in bewilderment. That's it? It's over. Are we going home? They did not know that the key was in Ning Fan's hands. Their faces were still filled with indignation because they did not get a share of the benefits. Judging from Ning Fan's tone, it was obvious that he had some unspeakable secrets when he entered the central area of the Heaven Palace. That was why he did not plan to bring the other demon sealers with him. These demon sealers only knew that the key to the Star Palace had been snatched away by the 2 white devil elders. After going through so much trouble, they realized that all the benefits had been taken away by the White Devil sect. None of them could do anything about it. However, when they thought about it from another perspective, they realized that the trip to the Star Palace was filled with dangers. Many of them were able to survive because of Ning Fan's protection. Apart from Lu Daochen, 4 of the 7 demon sealers were planted with demon seals by Ning Fan and turned into his demon slaves. Even though they were not reluctant to part ways with Ning Fan, they still had to say a few polite words to each other. Sigh. Liu Bei, The White Devil sect is just too shameless for losing the key. Don't take it to heart. No one would have expected that the 2 White Devil elders would suddenly betray us. Feng Jiang and Lei Jiang comforted Ning Fan. Then, they took out their formation plates and activated them, leaving the Star Palace and returning to the second world. The remaining demon sealers cupped their fists to greet Ning Fan. After saying a few words of farewell, they left one after another. The key to the Star Palace had already been snatched away by someone else. If they continue to stay here, it would only increase the danger and they would not be able to obtain the Emperor Star. What's the point of staying here? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Besides, we still need to return to the tribe and report the news of Commander Lu's death. Thinking about Lu Wu's death, even if the demon sealers had a heart of stone, they could not help but feel a little sad. The 7 demon sealers left one after another. Finally, it was Lu Daochen's turn. He felt a little gratified and reluctantly cupped his fists towards Ning Fan. Then, he activated the formation plate and left. Liu Bei, be careful. If you have the chance in the future, come back and visit Wan Er. Of course. Ning Fan cupped his fists. His eyes were filled with sadness. Life was full of joys and sorrows. When there are gatherings, there will be parting. He put away all of his emotions and kept all of his spiritual puppets, leaving only the black dragon and Hei Ting to protect himself. After the ladies boarded the golden flame chariot, Ning Fan drove the chariot and sped towards the other side of the snow basin. He no longer cared about the fight between the two white devil elders, Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun. Is the key really in your hands? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yuan Yao's eyes were filled with a hint of reproach. Her expression was extremely similar to the slight anger between lovers. I was afraid that if I told you earlier, you would fight me with your life for the key. From the bottom of my heart, I don't want to fight you. If I obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Star, I will naturally share a trace of the Black Star's power with you so that you can save my younger sister. I see. Thank you, Yuan Yao let out a faint sigh. There was something that she wanted to say but she did not say it in the end. I also don't want to be your enemy. After Tan Lang's death, the great snow mountain at the end of the snow basin which had sealed off all the roads was just a facade. After the golden flame chariot rammed into it, it immediately opened up a path. At the end of the path was a door of light. With a flash of golden light, the golden flame chariot dashed through the door of light and entered the next place. As for Yuan Yao, Wu Yan and Shi Ran, they could feel the atmosphere of parting. After Liu Bei obtains the Emperor Star, he will leave. Will we meet again in this life? It was the same question that the three ladies had in mind. However, none of them dared to ask it out loud as it would only increase their sadness. On the other side, the two white devil elders carefully kept the storage pouch which contained Tan Lang's corpse. Of course, they did not know that Tan Lang was already dead. They also did not know that because of their betrayal, Ning Fan did not activate the wind and snow to kill them immediately. Instead, he made them the scapegoats. Activating the wind and snow would only make them die earlier. Even if he doesn't activate it, the power of the wind and snow would activate on its own soon. However, before they die, Ning Fan still made use of the two elders and made them the scapegoats to distract Lu Jiefan and the others' attention. Then, he took the opportunity to find Lu Wu and complete the inheritance of the Emperor Star. Lu Jiefan was very angry. Extremely angry. He knew that he had already reserved half of his strength to prevent someone from breaking the promise and attacking him. However, the person that Lu Jiefan was wary of was Ning Fan. What Lu Jiefan was most worried about was that Ning Fan, a young man who did not act according to common sense, would suddenly launch a sneak attack on him. I didn't expect that Liu Bei didn't launch a sneak attack on me. Instead, it was the two helpers that I found who betrayed me. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have invited the White Devil sect and saved Lin Su. I would have just let her die. Lu Jiefan was burning with anger. I also didn't expect that after Liu Bei behaved himself this time, the other two rats would create trouble. The two White Devil elders are nothing special. It's not difficult to kill them and it's also easy to take back the Wolf King's demon body. However, there's one thing that I don't understand. With Liu Bei's personality, why didn't he chase after the two White Devil elders when they sneak attacked him and snatched the key to the Star Palace? This doesn't seem like his style. Could it be that he doesn't want the Emperor Star? Or, is there something that this prince has missed out on? Chu Shun's eyes darkened. No matter how smart he was, he would never think that Ning Fan was just putting on a show to seize the key all the way. He had already obtained the key to the Star Palace before he came to the Third World. Inside the Snow Valley, there were only 7 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators from the Demon World, Lin Su and the other 7 Divine Transformation Realm cultivators of the White Devil sect and a few nascent Soul Realm cultivators who were still alive. The rest of them were dead. Just a moment ago, both sides were fighting side by side against the wolves. However, at the moment when the two White Devil elders returned, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Junior brother. We've got the key. Let's go now. The two white devil elders shouted at Lin Su anxiously. Zhao Gu. Do it. Kill the people of the White Devil sect. Chu Shun's eyes were cold as he ordered one of his divine transformation realm subordinates. Immediately, Zhao Gu and Lin Su's expressions changed. None of them were fools. Since the White Devil sect had snatched the key, their enemy was no longer Ning Fan or the wolves but the White Devil sect. Kill. Lu Jiefen's purple yang mirror flashed and blocked the path of retreat of the two White Devil sect elders. Chu Shun seized the opportunity to take out a golden palm leaf fan. The two White Devil elders knew that if they don't fight to the death with Lu Jiefen and the others, it would be difficult for them to keep the key to themselves. Humph. Going against my White Devil sect is courting death. So what if you're from the White Devil sect? We are demons while you are humans. We are already enemies. Who can do anything to us after we kill you? If you hand over the Wolf King Ice Egg now, there will still be room for negotiation. Lu Jiefen roared angrily. Don't even think about it. The two White Devil elders sneered. Just like that, a fierce battle began. However, no one noticed that outside the Snow Valley, a burly man in a cloak appeared on the peak of the Star Mountain with a flash of light. He looked down coldly. Demon race. White Devil sect, no one noticed his appearance. However, when he heard the word key, his eyes lit up with joy. That's it. The key to the Star Palace. As long as I obtain this item, it is equivalent to obtaining the Emperor Star. For the sake of the Emperor Star, that bitch will certainly try to find me. I have plenty of ways to kill her. The burly man smiled sinisterly. Standing on the peak of the Star Mountain, he took a step forward while bathing in the wind and snow. With that step, the hollow space within 100,000 li was shattered. At this moment, the experts from both sides who were fighting against each other felt extremely terrified. Void Refinement Realm Expert. Why is there a Void Refinement Realm Expert here? Shattering 100,000 miles of void with a single step. I'm afraid that not even a mid-Void Refinement Realm cultivator can match up to such a cultivation base. It's the late Void Refinement Realm. Voices of fear resounded, but in the next moment, they were drowned out by a domineering voice. Hand over the key, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The cloaked man said coldly. Friend, we are from the White Demon sect. Lin Su's eyes were filled with shock. Facing this cloaked man, he didn't even have the courage to resist. The only thing he could do was to announce his identity and try to scare the big man. Who's your friend? The cloaked man took a step forward, and without any warning, streaks of pitch-black blades condensed from the power of the void chopped Lin Su into mincemeat. He breathed his last. The two White Demon elders were furious, but their expressions turned into fear in the next moment. That was because the cloaked man's gaze was fixed on the two of them from a great distance. Hand over the key. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Taking Ravenous Wolf's demon egg for himself might not be a good thing. Chapter 333. The cloaked man appeared powerfully, and everything happened in an instant. Lin Su's death and the burly man's cold threat filled the hearts of the two White Demon elders, turning them into deep shock. I can't be wrong. The cloaked man was at the late Void Refinement Realm. He was a super expert who could kill 100 soul formation cultivators on his own. If the two White Devil elders were not mistaken, this cloaked man's cultivation had fallen due to injury. Just what level was this person's original cultivation? I can't provoke him. I absolutely can't provoke him. The two of them were hired by Lin Su to help her seize the Imperial Star. Now that Lin Su was dead, they did not dare to risk their lives against a late Void Refinement Realm expert for the sake of an Emperor Star that could increase their cultivation. The key is here. The two of them swallowed their saliva and took out the giant iceberg egg from their storage pouches with great difficulty, placing it on the snowy ground. After that, the two of them trembled as they cupped their fists towards the direction of Xing Feng and said fearfully. "This is the key. We will take our leave now." The two white demon elders were dreaming. They wanted to lead the white demon sect's remnant troops and escape from the Star Palace. However, the moment the two of them took out the ice mountain, they immediately triggered their death calamity. Yes. It's indeed the chi of the slumbering demon commander in this place. Even though there are some changes, judging from the situation, the original demon commander has died and his corpse has been eaten by another void refinement realm being. The cloaked man took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Snow Valley's ice egg from tens of thousands of miles away. The key to the Star Palace is most likely on this wolf. Since you have handed over the key, you and the others from the White Devil sect can die now. As soon as he finished speaking, the cloaked man immediately made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. It seemed like a casual action, but it immediately triggered an unimaginable void storm. He actually wanted to kill everyone present to silence them. Even Lu Jiefan and Chu Shun were no exception. Under the power of this void storm, all divine transformation realm cultivators below the half-step void refinement realm died almost immediately. The expressions of the two white demon elders changed drastically as they roared. You broke your promise. We've already handed over the key, so why won't you let us leave? What a joke. I only asked you to hand over the key. When did I say I would spare your life? When I was at my peak, void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm cultivators were just my food. I could kill them with a wave of my hand. You mere soul formation cultivators don't have the right to lecture me. The cloaked man pointed his finger forward, and 4 void blades slashed at Lu Jiefan and the others at an unbelievable speed. This was just a casual strike from the cloaked burly man. However, its power was definitely not weaker than the full power of an ordinary early void refinement realm cultivator. Chu Shun waved his golden fan and golden flames surged. However, as soon as the golden flames touched the void blades, they immediately sizzled and irreversibly collapsed. Chu Shun crushed his life jade and a void refinement realm protective light flashed around his body. However, as soon as he was attacked by the illusory blade, the light shield shattered, and the 3 layers of general armor shattered. Chu Shun was seriously injured, and his life was hanging by a thread. Chu Shun was already in such a sorry state, and the 2 white devil elders were even worse off. Previously, they were ambushed by the Black Dragon and Hei Teng. When they were trying to snatch the ice egg, their lungs were injured by Ning Fan's punch. Their injuries were already quite severe. Facing the attack of the void blade, the 2 panicked and immediately used their magic treasures to defend themselves. Ice Black Tortoise, quick! Wind Snow Vase, suppress! The 2 magic treasures were both half-step void treasures. However, magic treasures of this level were shattered by the illusory blades as soon as they came into contact with the illusory blades. The 2 of them summoned their spirit armors but they were all shattered. After being slashed by the illusory blades, their physical bodies were destroyed. Only their primordial spirits remained. They picked up their storage pouches in panic and took out a heavenly dwelling treasure in fear. Then, the 2 of them hid inside the heavenly dwelling. Lu Jiefan was the only one who was not injured. In the face of the illusory blades, he summoned his life-named magic treasure, the purple yang mirror, without any hesitation. He spurted out a mouthful of blood essence and went into the mirror. Under his control, the mirror shot out tens of thousands of rays of purple light which collided with the illusory blades. However, the energy of the illusory blades had yet to be worn down by the illusory blades. Instead, the illusory blades seized the opportunity and struck the purple yang mirror. Just like that, the mirror was broken into 2 halves. It was unknown if it could still be repaired. Even though he was not injured, he had lost a precious treasure. Thus, Lu Jiefan was definitely not calm. He destroyed a void treasure with just a casual strike. This man's strength is just too shocking. Lu Jiefan was extremely shocked. His lifelong dream was to break through the void refinement realm and become a demon commander. However, in front of the cloaked burly man, ordinary void refinement realm experts were not worth mentioning at all. They would only be killed instantly. Moreover, this burly man's tone was too arrogant. He claimed that he could kill void fragmentation realm and life immortal realm experts like ants when he was at his peak. What kind of expert was he when he was at his peak? This man could not be defeated by force. Prince Chu Shun, retreat. Lu Jiefan was unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to let go of the Emperor Star that he had painstakingly planned for. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he did not even have the strength to resist when facing an expert like the cloaked burly man. He patted his storage pouch and took out a dark golden formation plate. Then, he held it in the air. Time to go. Lu Jiefan's series of actions slightly moved the cloaked burly man. I didn't expect that you actually have a void treasure to protect yourself. However, seeing that Lu Jiefan was about to run away, the cloaked burly man could not help but sneer. Now that you have fallen into my hands, you won't be able to escape. The cloaked burly man could tell that Lu Jiefan took out some kind of formation plate which could allow him to escape instantly. Naturally, he felt disdainful. The burly man did not think that anyone could escape from his grasp with just a formation plate. He formed his 5 fingers into the shape of a claw and clawed at the dark golden formation plate. Immediately, the dark golden formation plate trembled and almost shattered into pieces. However, it did not shatter. This made Lu Jiefan's face filled with joy. Finally, he activated the formation light. With a flash, he broke through the void and disappeared into nowhere. This, however, slightly surprised the cloaked burly man. Void-breaking formation plate. It can break through the void and use the power of the void to travel tens of millions of li away. Even void refinement realm cultivators might not have such an item. I was careless and let him escape by luck. Lu Jiefan's escape was just a matter of time. The cloaked burly man's gaze immediately shifted to the space where the 2 white devil elders were hiding. Hiding inside a heavenly dwelling treasure. There are always some ants who think that they can hide inside a heavenly dwelling treasure when they are in danger and become invincible. What a joke! In front of a void refinement realm cultivator, the space of an ordinary heavenly dwelling treasure can be torn apart with just a light tear. The cloaked burly man clawed at the space where the 2 white devil elders were hiding. In an instant, a powerful tearing force crushed the space into pieces. The space collapsed and the 2 white devil elders appeared while coughing out blood. Their eyes were filled with fear. In their hands, they were holding a broken heavenly dwelling treasure. Impossible. Even if a void refinement realm cultivator can tear open the space of a heavenly dwelling, he would not be able to shatter the heavenly dwelling treasure. Only those creatures can do such a thing. I know now. You're not a human. You're a realm beast. You know too much. Die for this seat. The cloaked burly man no longer showed any mercy. With a point of his finger, a powerful force landed on the primordial spirits of the 2 white devil elders. As the force spread, their primordial spirits trembled and fainted. With a wave of his hand, the cloaked burly man kept their primordial spirits into his sleeve. Only the cloaked burly man and Chu Shun were left in the battlefield. After being hit by the illusory blade, Chu Shun was severely injured. He could not even use a trace of his demonic power. From the looks of it, he was going to die just like the 2 white devil elders. Chu Shun's expression was stern and unyielding. He bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully spat out a mouthful of golden blood. There were pieces of golden scales in the blood. Golden scale innate skill, dyed the rivers and mountains technique. Dyed the rivers and mountains with golden blood. Borrowing the golden light to escape into the sky. As soon as the golden blood was spat out, countless golden blood immediately flowed out of his skin and out of his body, scattering in the sky. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with the shadows of golden scales. The dazzling golden light was so dazzling that even the cloaked burly man could not see Chu Shun's movements clearly. "I will definitely kill you the next time I see you." Chu Shun ruthlessly left behind these words and disappeared in the golden light. However, after he left, the cloaked burly man's eyes turned serious and said coldly, "What an arrogant brat. If it wasn't for the fact that you're from the Golden Scale clan, I wouldn't have been able to break your Dyed the Rivers and Mountains technique. The son of Chu Huang of the demon world. Humph, if it wasn't for the friendship between me and your ancestor, killing you would be as easy as flipping my hand. Break." The cloaked burly man made a grabbing motion with his palm. The golden blood light that filled the sky shattered like a mirror. From the looks of it, apart from Lu Jiefan who escaped due to his carelessness, Chu Shun's escape was partly due to his mercy. The cloaked burly man did not have much interest in these incarnations. He just wanted to get the key to the Star Palace as soon as possible and wait for Yuan Yao to fall into his trap. Looking at the 10,000 zhang tall ice mountain, the cloaked burly man sent out a palm strike. The solid ice that could withstand the attacks of tens of divine transformation realm experts shattered just like that. As for the corpse of Greedy Wolf which was sealed in the ice mountain, it fell into the snow in front of the cloaked burly man with a loud bang. Greedy Wolf could be said to be the unluckiest expert in the Star Palace. A mid-void refinement realm cultivator who was perfectly fine was killed by Ning Fan. Of course, the cloaked burly man was also quite unlucky. When he noticed that the slumbering demon wolf did not have any signs of life after breaking the ice seal, his expression immediately changed. "It's dead. Why would a slumbering demon die? Its demon blood has been sucked dry." An extremely bad feeling rose in the cloaked burly man's heart. Without any hesitation, he sent out a palm strike and Greedy Wolf's corpse exploded into a mist of blood. However, there was nothing that looked like a key left. "There's no key. How can there be no key?" A feeling of being deceived rose in his heart. The furious cloaked burly man waved his long sleeve and took out the broken primordial spirits of the two white devil elders. He pointed at them and woke them up. "Where's the key?" First, they were severely injured by the cloaked burly man. Then, they were knocked unconscious by him. Now, they were awakened again. Their minds were already a little muddled. "The key? The key is in the hands of the Wolf King." You're lying." With a bang, the cloaked burly man crushed the primordial spirit of one of the two elders. Then, he stared at the other elder coldly. This time, the other elder was completely awakened from shock. He finally recalled how strong and terrifying the cloaked burly man in front of him was. Senior, how can the key be lost? I didn't even open the demon egg of the Wolf King when I snatched it, the elderly man tried his best to explain. However, when he saw the dark green light in the cloaked burly man's eyes, he knew that the cloaked burly man was not satisfied with his answer. As if he was about to die, the elderly man's mind suddenly became unusually active and his mind became clear. He seemed to have remembered that before he snatched the ice egg, Ning Fan had stood on top of the egg and punched him hard. Could it be Liu Bei who took the key? Yes, it must be Liu Bei. After we snatched the ice egg, he did not chase after us. There is only one explanation. He already knew that there was no key inside the egg. I'm afraid the key is with him. The elderly man decided to blame Ning Fan. Coincidentally, he guessed the truth correctly. The key was with Ning Fan. Who is Liu Bei? The cloaked burly man asked coldly. Liu Bei is, the light of hope was reignited in the elderly man's heart. As long as he tries his best to please the cloaked burly man, he might be able to prolong his life. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the degree of brutality of the cloaked burly man. It's too troublesome. You don't have to say any more. I'll search your soul directly. Bang! A strong spirit sense power invaded the elderly man's sea of consciousness, causing it to crumble and his primordial spirit to shatter. After searching the elderly man to death, the cloaked burly man did not even show a trace of pity. Instead, his dark green eyes were filled with extreme surprise. "I found you. Lowly slave. I didn't expect you to be hiding beside Liu Bei." From the elderly man's memory, the cloaked burly man could not find the whereabouts of the key, but he directly found Yuan Yao's whereabouts. In the elderly man's memory, the incarnated female cultivator who stood behind Ning Fan with a veil covering her face and seemed to be injured was undoubtedly Yuan Yao. "Lowly slave. This time, you won't be able to run away." Liu Bei, huh? Humph. The cloaked burly man sneered. There was nothing that could make him happier than finding Yuan Yao's whereabouts. As long as he kills Yuan Yao, his mission would be completed. He closed his eyes and smiled cruelly. His spirit sense, which was even stronger than that of a life-immortal realm cultivator, spread out violently. He was injured and his spirit sense was greatly damaged. However, if he goes all out, he could still borrow some of his spirit sense. With the help of his spirit sense, he made a hand seal and displayed an extremely powerful spirit sense secret technique. As soon as the technique was displayed, the burly man's injuries worsened. He coughed out blood and fell back to the mid-void refinement realm. Realm Sense Technique. The Realm Sense Technique was a secret technique unique to the Realm Beast clan. As long as one was in a small kiliacosm, by displaying this technique, one's spirit sense could fuse with the realm soul of that realm and sense everything within that realm. By displaying this technique in the Star Palace, the burly man would be able to see everything within the Star Palace. "I found him." The burly man suddenly opened his eyes and immediately took a step forward. He turned into a gust of wind and flew away, covering 200,000 li. "Liu Bei, lowly slave, where do you think you're going?" With the help of the Realm Sense Technique, he shouted coldly with a devil voice. Countless realms in the heavenly palace crumbled under his roar. That crumbling force rushed towards the golden flame chariot at an unimaginable speed. Outside the void, a group of geniuses was trying to enter the Star Palace. They did not know that a huge change had occurred in the Star Palace. "Have you heard? Young Master Lin Su of the White Devil sect has entered the Star Palace. He said that he wanted to find Liu Bei, who defeated Zichuan, and humiliate him. I'm afraid that Liu Bei is dead for sure." A short and small young man sighed. "It can't be, right? Although I don't know who Liu Bei is, he can defeat Zichuan. In the four heavens, he is considered a young expert. Liu Bei might not be as good as Lin Su, but it should be impossible for him to die in Lin Su's hands." Another fat man objected. "You still don't believe me? I heard that Liu Bei is just an ant in the lower world. He was lucky to defeat Zichuan. You should know that Lin Su is even stronger than Zichuan. He is at the late divine transformation realm." The short and small young man said with certainty. However, just as he finished speaking, the entire Star Palace in front of him trembled under the demonic voice of a peerless expert. "Liu Bei, bitch, where do you think you're going?" The owner of this voice seemed to be injured and his cultivation base was greatly damaged. However, the hidden aura in his voice was enough to prove that this person must have been a peerless expert when he was alive. A true immortal of the crossing truth realm. As soon as this person spoke, the Star Palace trembled. He must be a true immortal who was injured and his cultivation base dropped. This true immortal is in the Star Palace. We must not enter the Star Palace and throw away our lives. From the tone of this true immortal, it seems like he is chasing after a man and a woman. The woman didn't mention her name, but the man is Liu Bei. Liu Bei. The person who defeated Zichuan. Isn't he only at the early divine transformation realm? How did he provoke a true immortal of the crossing truth realm? From the tone of this person, it seems like he is chasing after Liu Bei but he can't catch up to him. This Liu Bei is able to escape from the pursuit of a true immortal. Isn't he a bit too powerful? Outside the Star Palace, nearly 100 forces and tens of thousands of prodigies were shocked. All of this was because they heard the angry roar of a true immortal. All of this was because they heard that there was a young man named Liu Bei who could escape from the pursuit of a true immortal. Who is Liu Bei? Each and every one of the prodigies who had their eyes on the top of their heads revealed a look of respect. They wanted to see how monstrous a person was to be able to escape from the pursuit of a true immortal at the early divine transformation realm. Pada, the short and small young man, was stunned. Just now, he said that Liu Bei would definitely die in Lin Su's hands. Now, it seemed like Liu Bei could even escape from the pursuit of a true immortal. How could he be killed by Lin Su? It was even to the extent that if Lin Su encountered Liu Bei, then she would be a match for Liu Bei. Brat, you've stirred up trouble. You've said bad things about Liu Bei. Be careful that he doesn't come out of the Star Palace to teach you a lesson. A few of his companions joked. However, the short and small young man did not find it funny at all. Damn it! I've offended a ruthless person just because I said a few words. A ruthless person who can escape from the pursuit of a true immortal. Not good. I need to run away as soon as possible. This voice, with the help of the realm will, traveled very, very far. Even though it only caused the Heaven Palace to collapse, it caused the 3-star seas of the Earth Palace to tremble violently like a tsunami. At the central area of the Heaven Palace, Ning Fan's golden flame chariot sped all the way. His face was as dark as iron. The uneasy feeling in his heart had been confirmed. Liu Bei. Lowly slave. Where do you think you're going? This furious roar almost caused all the palaces in the Heaven Palace to collapse. While the golden flame chariot was collapsing, countless void storms chased after it. As long as the golden flame chariot stops moving for a moment, it would immediately be devoured by the void storms. Big brother Liu Bei. Who is this person? He's so powerful. I'm so scared. Is he going to chase after us? Why? Shiran was almost crying. He's a realm beast. His words immediately caused a huge wave of shock in the hearts of Wu Yan, Shiran and Yulinkong. Realm beast? Is it the kind of ferocious beast that lives in the void and preys on immortals as food? Why is such a ferocious beast chasing after us? The 3 ladies were stunned. It's because of me. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Liu Bei, I'm leaving now. I won't drag you guys into this. He has already used the realm sense technique and he can see everything here. As long as I leave, all of you will be fine. Yuan Yao gritted her teeth. She knew that if she were to face the realm beast now, she would most likely die. However, she did not want to drag Ning Fan into this. What nonsense are you saying? I've already told you that I will protect you. Ning Fan knitted his brows. If he abandons Yuan Yao, the path that he had walked all the way until now would be meaningless. But I'm afraid that I will drag you into this. There are no buts. We must escape. We must escape together. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with determination. His determination warmed Yuan Yao's heart. She was even more reluctant to drag him into this. I'm sorry. I still can't drag you into this. She looked at Ning Fan one last time and suddenly leaped down from the golden flame chariot. Bei Yao. Big sister Bei Yao. All the ladies were surprised. After spending so many days together, they would surely develop some feelings for each other. Come back. Ning Fan frowned. He leaped up and hugged Yuan Yao tightly. You're not allowed to leave. Chapter 334. Yuan Yao attempted to jump off the golden flame chariot but Ning Fan pulled her into his arms and pulled her back into the carriage. During this period of time, she had been continuously tearing off the seals and her cultivation base had almost recovered to the mid-divine transformation realm. However, when she fell into Ning Fan's tight embrace, her soft breasts were pressed against his chest. She could almost feel his body temperature clearly. How dare you? Let me go, if someone sees me. She was a little flustered, a fluster she had never felt before. It was as if she was recalling the absurdity of that night. Her mind was in a mess. She forgot that she was being chased by the realm beast, and forgot that she was preparing to leave by herself. She only wanted to escape from this embrace as soon as possible. Her phoenix-like eyes were filled with anger. However, when she saw Ning Fan's domineering gaze, her words became sluggish and her aura weakened. Liu Bei, let go of me. If I stay here, I will only implicate you, you're not allowed to leave. The only reply she got was Ning Fan's domineering voice. Ning Fan's eyes looked unprecedentedly solemn. He knew that the wisest thing to do now that he was being chased by the realm beast was to abandon Yuan Yao and get himself out of trouble. However, he had promised Luo Yu that he would save Yuan Yao and that he would protect her. He couldn't abandon Yuan Yao and escape by himself. I've been killing all my life. It has nothing to do with good or evil. Everything I've done has always been for the sake of my Tao heart. If I abandon you here, then all the difficulties I've endured while cultivating the devil Tao will be meaningless. I will regret this in the future. I don't want to regret it. Ning Fan loosened his embrace. A fearless aura force emanated from his body, causing Yuan Yao's expression to change. Whether the enemy is a realm beast or an immortal emperor, as long as I promise to protect you, I will not abandon you. Just stay in the carriage and don't run away. No. Ning Fan was actually ordering Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao's heart trembled and her mind was in a mess. She had always been the one giving orders to others. When had she ever been ordered by others? At this moment, he was so weak. He needed Ning Fan's protection in order to survive. At this moment, he was being hunted by the realm beast but he was unwilling to abandon him. It is a realm beast. Even if we hide in the world treasure of a small kiliacosm, it will still tear the world apart with a single palm. If you bring me along, you might die. Yuan Yao's heart was in a mess. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ning Fan uttered an indifferent sentence. However, this sentence had already cast aside the thought of life and death. This one sentence contained a heroic spirit that countless northern sky geniuses couldn't compare to. His words made Yuan Yao unable to contain the emotions in her heart. Yuan Yao's gaze swept past Wu Yan, Shi Ran, and Yu Lingkong. In the end, it landed on the female corpse, who had an indifferent expression. The women did not abandon her either. The dead woman even reached out her hand and touched Yuan Yao's face to comfort her. Don't be afraid, with light, yes, with him around, Yuan Yao smiled and closed her beautiful eyes. Maybe, just maybe. There was only one time in her life when she was protected by a man with his life. It was a great blessing, even if, in the end, it was just a chance meeting, not fate. I won't leave anymore. But I can't drag you down. Liu Bei, help me one last time. Use the power of your wind mist finger and help me completely break the seal. What? The injuries on your body have yet to fully recover. If you completely break the seal, even though you can kill the realm beast, it is highly likely that you won't be able to withstand your original cultivation level and explode to death. Ning Fan's eyes turned grim as he rejected the idea. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's not a good idea to keep running away like this. I want to take a gamble. Yuan Yao gently bit her lips. With her injuries, she might die if she completely breaks the seal. However, she wanted to take a gamble. If she doesn't die, she will do everything she can to protect Ning Fan. Little cucumber, what Bei Yao said makes sense. Just help her break the seal. We will temporarily control the golden flame chariot. As for the void storm behind the chariot, if it attacks us, we will leave it to your army of puppets to destroy it." Yu Lingkong no longer smiled. At this moment, she was incomparably serious and immediately made a rational decision. "All right." Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out the 9 spiritual puppets along with Black Lotus. He gave them a simple order to destroy any void wind blades that attacked the golden flame chariot. With the women driving the chariot and Black Lotus as their defense, if the realm beast doesn't come after them personally, they would not be in too much danger if it's just the void wind attacks. There was no time to hesitate. If that's the case, they must break Yuan Yao's seal before the realm beast arrives. I still have 3 6 revolutions undying pills. Take all of them. Even though they can't fully heal your injuries, they can at least suppress them a little. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He held Yuan Yao's hand and directly entered the golden flame chariot. Yuan Yao's shoulders trembled. She gritted her teeth but did not break free. Inside the golden flame chariot and the golden flame palace, the two of them directly entered a clean and quiet room with a flash of traveling light. An ancient demon statue was enshrined in the room. The inextinguishable sandalwood smoke from the incense burner filled the room with a faint fragrance. "You just need to sit on this cushion and take off your clothes." "Do I need to take off my clothes?" Yuan Yao bit her lips. Other than the time when they did something ridiculous, they had always behaved according to the rules. This was the first time she took off her clothes in front of Ning Fan when she was sober. However, it was necessary. There were 2 seals on her body. One was on her lower abdomen and the other was on her forehead. The seal on her forehead was still manageable, but the one on her lower abdomen required her to take off her clothes. Previously, when Ning Fan kissed Yuan Yao, he gave her the Gu King token that contained the power of wind and mist. The effect of breaking the seal with just a single finger was unexpectedly good. Yuan Yao had pondered thousands of times. What kind of power was that golden purple wind and mist? How could it be so terrifying? However, in the end, she still could not figure it out. Moreover, there was another thing that she could not understand more and more. It was what exactly were her feelings towards Ning Fan? Was it to thank Ning Fan for saving her several times? Was it to thank him for escorting her all the way? Was it to blame him for destroying her chastity? Was it to praise him for his outstanding talent? She did not know. She did not understand. Perhaps she knew it from the start. However, in the face of the cruel reality, she did not have the courage to point it out. "All right. I will take it off. However, when I break the seal, don't touch or look at me randomly. You have to understand that between us." "I understand. You've said it many times." Ning Fan frowned slightly. As soon as she saw Ning Fan's displeasure, Yuan Yao immediately shut her mouth. "What's wrong with me? I know that Ning Fan hates that kind of arrogant tone, but I still have to say it." Yuan Yao gently bent her body and turned her back to the ancient statue. She felt that her heart was beating very fast. It had never been so fast before. Her cheeks were red and hot. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes tightly. Then, she began to unbutton the buttons of her thin shirt in front of her chest. That kind of stunning beauty was indescribable. Before she met Ning Fan, she was the high and mighty lord of the Lost World Palace. Every word and action of hers could shake the situation in the northern heaven. A single order of hers could destroy the rain world. She was so noble and virtuous and would not allow anyone to blaspheme her. However, at this moment, she was like a virgin on her wedding night. She shyly untied her thin shirt, revealing her fair skin. Perhaps because of her shyness or the dim candlelight, her fair skin was dyed with a layer of pink luster. It was soft and bouncy. She only took off her shirt but did not take off her bra. The moon-white bra seemed to be unable to cover the 2 lumps of soft and supple breasts. Her chest heaved up and down rapidly. She was too nervous. She even subconsciously crossed her arms in front of her chest, trying to block the view. Ning Fan was slightly dazed. He had seen countless women's naked bodies, but Yuan Yao was definitely one of them who had the most mature temperament of a woman. Especially when she had the purple desire spirit body, which gave her a charm that was rarely seen by ordinary women. It almost made Ning Fan burn with lust. What a terrifying charm power. Feeling Ning Fan's burning gaze, Yuan Yao opened her eyes and said angrily. Have you seen enough? Hurry up and remove the seal. I'm sorry. You're too beautiful, Ning Fan smiled awkwardly. He silently chanted the yin-yang transformation heart mantra to suppress the charm power. His eyes became solemn. He was a free and easy person. Love was love, hate was hate. Beauty was beauty and ugliness was ugliness. He was not a vile person who would take advantage of others when they were in a perilous situation. He was also not a gentleman who considered himself to be noble and virtuous. He just knew how to distinguish the severity of the situation. He would not do anything out of line at this moment. Ning Fan sat cross-legged in front of Yuan Yao. Under the candlelight, the two of them looked at each other. Both of them avoided eye contact with complicated expressions. Let's begin, Ning Fan took a deep breath and circulated his magic power on his fingertip. Wisps of purplish golden sand rose and he carefully touched Yuan Yao's lower abdomen. He gently rubbed and moved it. A trace of numbness and heat went through Ning Fan's fingertip into Yuan Yao's heart. She closed her eyes shyly once again. Her heart was filled with regret. If my 4 daughters know that their mother has such intimate contact with a man, perhaps they will be very disappointed in me. Yuan Yao's repentance was accompanied by a trace of pain. This pain was self-blame. It was a psychological barrier that even the yin-plucking finger could not erase. Ning Fan's heart was filled with pity. This woman's status was too high. The responsibility she had to bear was also great. She must not make any mistakes and lose her innocence. I have to be careful not to embarrass her. Ning Fan became even more serious. With his talent in formations and the power of his wind mist finger, it was not difficult to break the seal on her lower abdomen. His thoughtfulness made Yuan Yao's expression soften. She was extremely touched. Is he still considering my feelings at this critical moment? If he was born 100,000 years earlier. No, if he was born 1,000 years earlier, perhaps. Ning Fan carefully broke the seal. A warm magic power flowed through her body. It was supposed to be comfortable. However, the excessive magic power pressured Yuan Yao's immortal veins with every bit of it, causing her injuries caused by the realm beast's sneak attack to be unbearably painful. In the midst of the pain, Yuan Yao's delicate body turned numb and soft because of Ning Fan's fingertips' touch. Even though Ning Fan restrained his fingers and avoided her sensitive areas, the stimulation to her was still too great. Pain and warmth, numbness and electric current intertwined in Yuan Yao's body, causing her to open her eyes in a daze. She stared at Ning Fan in a daze, but she forced herself to endure it. She was also trying her best to forget the absurdity of that day. However, at this moment, the absurd scenes from that day appeared in front of her eyes one after another. Her anus was forcefully broken by Ning Fan. Her blood splashed on the thin blanket. That kind of feeling of pain and pleasure was torturing Yuan Yao's heart. Liu Bei, why did I meet you? She began to speak incoherently. Hold back your aura force. The first seal is about to be completely broken. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. He pressed his finger down forcefully. Under the erosion of the golden-purple sandstorm, a sound that sounded like glass breaking resounded from Yuan Yao's lower abdomen. All of a sudden, the formation marks of the seal that were weaved by countless blood threads were shattered. Ah! A wave of unprecedented pain nearly made Yuan Yao faint. Her body lost its balance and leaned forward, falling into Ning Fan's arms. Her soft and plump breasts were pressed against Ning Fan's chest through the thin undergarment. The pain made her regain some of her rationality. However, she was reluctant to leave his embrace for a moment. As the first trace of magic power was broken, a vast amount of void fragmentation realm magic power gathered in Yuan Yao's body. However, it did not immediately restore her cultivation base. As soon as this magic power dispersed, a wave of extreme pain caused Yuan Yao's injuries to relapse. She almost died from the severe injuries. The magic power had been sealed for too long. It would still take some time to completely refine it. Once this seal is broken, the seal on her forehead would be easy to break. It was planted by Yuan Yao herself. As long as she recovers her void fragmentation realm cultivation base, it would be a piece of cake for her to break that seal. In that case, you only need to go into seclusion to refine your magic power. As long as you force this magic power back into your immortal veins, you will be able to recover your void fragmentation realm cultivation base, Ning Fan muttered to himself. However, Yuan Yao who was in his arms gradually lost consciousness. It hurts. It hurts so much. Liu Bei, I'm going to die. Her breathing was weak and her injuries were too severe. She could not withstand the power of the seal at all. She wanted to take a gamble. She wanted to bet on the possibility of recovering her cultivation base. However, she failed. Yuan Yao's consciousness was already blurred. Large amounts of blood flowed out from her 7 apertures and from her lower body, dyeing her thin robe red. Her consciousness was in a trance. She seemed to have seen a dreamy scene in her days. That year, she was still unmarried. She was still young and ignorant. She stood in a valley that was filled with orchids and watched a young man with a cold expression walking away from her. Liu Bei, the young lady looked at his back. Her consciousness was already blurred. This was the vision that she desired the most before she died. However, it would never appear in front of her. How could this be? Sister Yao Air. Inside the yin-yang locket, a concerned voice sounded. It sounded nervous and confused. Seeing that Yuan Yao was about to die, Luo Yu was no longer as calm as usual. Why did I hear little sister Nethery's voice? Is it an illusion? Yuan Yao muttered to herself with difficulty while falling into Ning Fan's arms. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. However, he immediately put away his chaotic emotions and gritted his teeth. He took out 3 undying pills and fed them to Yuan Yao. You're not allowed to die. His domineering command and his strong manly aura brought Yuan Yao's consciousness back to reality. Yuan Yao raised her eyes slightly. In her daze, she vaguely saw Ning Fan supporting her delicate body and feeding her 3 undying pills with his mouth. Her fragrant lips were sealed by Ning Fan and her tongue was hooked by him. Under the stimulation of pleasure, Yuan Yao's injuries seemed to be less painful and her consciousness had also recovered a little. You can't do this. She mumbled something but Ning Fan did not hear her at all. After a long time, he finally let go of Yuan Yao's soft lips and asked with concern. How is it? Have your injuries been suppressed a little? Does it still hurt? Much better. Thank you. After refining the pill, Yuan Yao's injuries were suppressed, and her aura gradually calmed down. However, at this moment, she was still half leaning in Ning Fan's embrace. Her lips still carried the warmth of Ning Fan's forceful kiss just now. His injuries were suppressed, but the pain he felt was more intense because of the medicinal power of the pill, almost doubling. The moment the pain assaulted her, she screamed and fainted again. How could this be? Big Sister Yaoer's injuries have been suppressed, but the pain is even more intense. Luo Yu exclaimed. That's the only way. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with pity. I'll just use dual cultivation to relieve the pain. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian's gaze hardened, and he placed his hand on Yuan Yao's thigh. The first time was because of Yuan Yao's charm. This time, Ning Fan was the one who took the initiative. Even though he said that he wanted to save them, he would not be able to explain himself in the future. I, Ning Fan, do not need to explain what I do. With a single palm strike, he tore apart Yuan Yao's thin robe and separated her legs. Then, he stared at her bright red back and his eyes flashed with determination. Yuan Yao's lower body was already wet and slippery. As for Ning Fan, he did not wait any longer. Seductive moans could be heard from the Golden Flame Palace from time to time. In a daze, Yuan Yao could vaguely feel that she was violated by Ning Fan once again. A trace of cold and arrogant aura reappeared in her eyes along with the disappearance of her pain and the return of her magic power. When she completely recovers her cultivation base, perhaps she and Ning Fan would just be strangers. The reality was cruel. However, this time, she did not resist and let Ning Fan do whatever he wanted. In the future, we won't meet again and there won't be any result between us. This time will be the last time. I'll just let him take what he wants. I'm not a good woman. Yuan Yao gently stretched out her arms and hugged Ning Fan even tighter. You're already a stranger in the world. Chapter 335. The futon was in a mess. The pain had already disappeared. Yuan Yao's expression was complicated. She covered her body with her tattered clothes and said coldly, "All right. You can leave now. I'm going into seclusion to recover my cultivation base." Her tone was very cold. It was not her intention but the effect of the supreme forgetting emotion brought about by the recovery of her cultivation base. The supreme forgetting emotion was not heartless. It was just that all the emotions had been sealed and forgotten. Ning Fan looked at Yuan Yao deeply. Then, he put on his white robes and left with a nod. He knew that from the moment Yuan Yao regained her cultivation base, they would be people from two different worlds. Unless I reach her level one day and appear at the same level as her, she won't even look at me again. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. There will be such a day. Ning Fan's back looked a little lonely. Yuan Yao could not bear to look at him. Only when Ning Fan had gone far away did she remove all her disguise. I'm sorry. I can only treat you coldly. I didn't hurt you on purpose. It's because we can't. What they couldn't was not their feelings but the huge gap between their identities. Ning Fan walked out of the Golden Flame Palace. Inside the yin-yang locket, Luo Yu gently comforted him. Silly brother, don't blame her. With her identity, she can't have any relationship with any man. You will know in the future. If the relationship between you and her is exposed, you will die and she won't have an easy time. She's treating you coldly for your own good. I know. However, I still feel a little uncomfortable. I don't like her arrogant tone. Even if it's just a disguise, I don't like it. Then you should work hard to improve your cultivation base. I'm looking forward to the day when you will fight your way to the Lost World Palace and snatch Sister Yaoer away. That scene will definitely shock countless old monsters in the Northern Heaven. Of course, you might also face the pursuit of countless forces in the Northern Heaven. Luo Yu laughed in amusement. She was indeed a black-bellied woman. By the way, Luo Yu suddenly said in a mysterious tone. What is it? Ning Fan was speechless towards this black-bellied woman. The second time you had intercourse with her, your yin-yang transformation has almost broken through. What? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. He stopped and closed his eyes. Previously, he was so focused on saving Yuan Yao that he did not notice the changes in the yin-yang transformation. But after having intercourse twice, how could the yin-yang transformation not have changed? Ning Fan was immediately overjoyed when he looked into his body. The yin-yang transformation is about to break through. He did not have a complete breakthrough in his cultivation technique. He still needed a long period of seclusion before he could make a complete breakthrough. However, Ning Fan deeply understood how difficult it was to improve his cultivation technique to such a level. If it wasn't for Yuan Yao, if it wasn't for the 2 times he had sex with this heaven-defying woman, it would be impossible for his yin-yang transformation to have such a great leap. Huh, what do you think? Big Sister Yao Er's backyard is pretty good, right? Originally, in order to break through to the 3rd level of your cultivation method, you need to have intercourse with a void fragmentation female cultivator for 100 times. However, Sister Yao Er's cultivation level far exceeds that of a void fragmentation female cultivator. With just 2 times of intercourse, your cultivation method has almost broken through to the 3rd level. Once your cultivation method breaks through completely, you can use the yin-yang locket to open the profound yin world. The profound yin world is different from your origin jade. It is not a minor kiliacosm, but a medium-grade world. Dimensional realm? What do you mean? Ning Fan asked in surprise. You should know that among all the magic treasures in space, storage pouches are the weakest while heavenly abode magic treasures are slightly better, right? In the upper world, many void refinement realm cultivators have heavenly abode magic treasures which allow them to go into space and enter their abode for secluded cultivation at any time. Of course, to some juniors, going into the space of a heavenly abode is also a way to escape. However, you must remember that going into a portable space is just a life-saving method for juniors. To experts, the space of a heavenly abode can be shattered with just a wave of their hand. Luo Yu said solemnly. Facts had proven that the 2 old men of the White Devil sect who went into the space of a heavenly abode had died tragically in the hands of the realm beast. They thought that they would be able to escape by picking up a portable immortal abode. Even though it could still work for divine transformation realm cultivators, it was just an insignificant trick that was not worth mentioning in front of void refinement realm experts. What is 1 level higher than a heavenly abode is a minor kiliacosm. Heavenly abode magic treasures can be destroyed by void refinement realm experts. As for a minor kiliacosm, not even immortals might be able to destroy it. Of course, that realm beast has the means to destroy a world treasure of a minor kiliacosm. However, if it's a world treasure that hides in a medium-grade world, even an immortal emperor might not be able to attack you. In other words, Luo Yu's tone was filled with envy. In other words, if you completely break through to the 3rd level of the yin-yang transformation and open the profound yin world of the yin-yang locket, even a realm beast would not be able to do anything to you once you are pursued by a strong enemy. Unfortunately, your cultivation method has yet to break through to the 3rd level. Thus, the profound yin world still cannot be opened. I still can't go out and you can't come in. Naturally, you won't be able to hide in the profound yin world to seek refuge. However, thanks to Sister Yao Er, the advancement of your cultivation method has already allowed you to obtain 2 benefits. What are the 2 benefits? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He liked benefits. Firstly, I can split a portion of my primordial spirit's power through a tiny gap in the profound yin world and pour it into your body, allowing you to temporarily possess the strength of an early void refinement realm expert. However, you only have 1 chance to do so. Besides, my primordial spirit is already extremely illusory. After I pour my power into you this time, my primordial spirit will lose its last trace of power and I will have no choice but to fall into a deep slumber. This is the last time I can help you. If you are besieged by the realm beast, I will seal my own primordial spirit and give you power to help you fight against the realm beast. After all, you and I are already on the same boat. Seal your own primordial spirit. Give me power. To your damaged primordial spirit, wouldn't doing so put you in danger of death? If you can't find something to nourish your primordial spirit within a few years after you seal your own primordial spirit, I'm afraid you will certainly die. I don't want your power. Ning Fan frowned. He did not like to borrow other people's power, especially when he borrowed Luo Yu's power. It might even put her in a life-threatening situation. He owed Luo Yu too many favors. It would be inappropriate for him to owe her more, tisk. Do you think I really want to lend my power to you? If it really comes to the point of life and death, neither of us will have a choice. Let's talk about it when the time comes. You still have the second benefit. This benefit is also given to you by Sister Yaoer. She has the purple desire spirit body. You have intercourse with her twice. You can be considered as having found the first spirit for the steel of sun and moon. Steel of sun and moon. Is it the gigantic fire steel that I saw in my dream in the past? Ning Fan muttered to himself. He did not expect that after the advancement of his yin-yang transformation cultivation method, he would have another trump card which he could borrow Luo Yu's power. Lastly, thank you for saving Sister Yaoer. In the profound Yin world, Luo Yu gently bowed to Ning Fan even though he could not see her at all. With our relationship, do you really need to be so courteous? Let's not talk anymore. I'm going out to help control the golden flame chariot. I've spent quite a lot of time breaking the seal for Bei Yao. I'm afraid they are a little worried. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he left in a hurry. Outside the golden flame chariot, the black puppets threw out punches again and again, shattering the void storm. Yu Lingkong, Wu Yan and Shi Ran were doing their best to control the golden flame chariot. Perhaps it was because they lacked the heroic spirit of a general, the three of them could not control the golden flame chariot as they pleased like Ning Fan. All of them including the female corpse were helping to control the golden flame chariot. She who had regained some of her spiritual intelligence already knew how to help them with some small matters. Sensing that Ning Fan had finally left the golden flame palace, Wu Yan could not help but ask in surprise. Why did he leave for so long? As soon as she asked the question, she smelled the overly strong fragrance of a woman on Ning Fan's body. Her face immediately blushed. So, while we and the other women were busy outside, Ning Fan was having fun with Yuan Yao inside. You're really. By the way, how's Bei Yao's situation? Yu Lingkong was also speechless. Of course, she did not know that Ning Fan's dual cultivation was just to reduce Yuan Yao's pain. I had sex with her. Her life is no longer in danger now. As for completely recovering her cultivation base, it will still take some time. During this period of time, we should try our best to escape. Someone gave me a map of the central region of the Heaven Palace. There should be an immortal void realm grand formation 1 billion li ahead of us. I already know the arrangement of the formation eyes of that grand formation. We can use that formation to shake off the realm beast. Pooh! Other than the female corpse, all the other women spat on the spot. So, Ning Fan and Yuan Yao's dual cultivation had actually saved her life and Yuan Yao was the one who took advantage of him. Ning Fan did not explain further. The women were also too lazy to ask about it. Now that they were being chased by the realm beast, some details were not worth mentioning. Speaking of which, why is that realm beast chasing after elder sister Bei Yao? What level is her true strength exactly? What is her identity? Shi Ran asked in confusion. This question was also the same question that all the women had in mind. I don't know who she is nor how high her cultivation base is. However, as far as I know, she sealed her cultivation base and was ambushed by 2 realm beasts. Even so, she still managed to kill one of them with great strength. If she recovers her cultivation base, the realm beast is not worth mentioning at all. As for her identity, she might be one of the 4 mistresses of the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace. What? The Northern Heaven Lost World Palace? She has such an identity and you actually dared to mess around with her. Little cucumber, do you want to die? Yu Lingkong said in shock. The mistresses of the Lost World Palace were not people that ordinary people could touch. Yu Lingkong even knew that there was a 4th mistress of the Lost World Palace in the endless outer endless sea. Even though her cultivation base was not high, even the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea did not dare to offend her. However, as soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, Shi Ran and Wu Yan's cheeks immediately turned red. So what if it's the Lost World Palace? Ning Fan had even taken the Spirit King's demon concubine into his harem. this fellow Liu Bei is not lustful but he is extremely bold. The three ladies unanimously reached a consensus. Ning Fan's self-control was considered to be extremely strong among men. His courage was also frighteningly big. Ning Fan did not linger on this topic anymore. He took over the control of the Golden Flame Chariot and continuously made hand seals to change the route of the Golden Flame Chariot. Just 10,000 zhang away from the Golden Flame Chariot, the hollow space constantly collapsed and turned into pitch-black storms that swept towards them. Ning Fan did not even bother to look at such storms. He could usually shatter them with just a casual palm strike. During these 9 days, the Golden Flame Chariot had traveled across nearly 1 billion li of land. It was already not far away from the Immortal Void Grand Formation. Just a little bit more and we will be able to reach that Immortal Void Grand Formation. Once we reach it, we will be safer with the help of the formation power. As soon as Ning Fan's words fell, his expression suddenly changed. An unprecedented sense of danger assaulted his entire body. Without any hesitation, he suddenly patted his storage pouch and took out a golden bell that shone with golden light. At the moment when the bell appeared, the power of the void was condensed into millions of pitch-black raindrops by someone and swept towards the Golden Flame Chariot. At the same time, a cold and indifferent voice came from the depths of the void storm behind them with a terrifying gust of wind. None of you can run away. Realm Rain Technique. The person who shouted was a burly man who was wearing a cloak and had dark green eyes. He was stepping on the hollow space and flying towards them. He is the Realm Beast. The expressions of the women changed drastically. What shocked them even more was the millions of black raindrops that were condensed by the burly man. Each of the black raindrops was filled with the power of the void, which was enough to instantly kill a peak gold core realm cultivator. The millions of black raindrops could kill millions of cultivators in an instant. Damn it! I can't withstand this attack. Yu Lingkong's face was filled with unwillingness. Even if she had recovered her original cultivation base, she still could not withstand this attack. Since she was already in such a state, Wu Yan and Shiran were even more unable to withstand it. When the black raindrops landed on the Golden Flame Chariot, they immediately caused ripples on the chariot. In just a short moment, the Golden Flame Chariot was already dented by the black raindrops. Even though the chariot did not shatter, the body of the chariot had suffered a lot of damage and its power was greatly reduced. What a powerful black raindrops! However, you have the Realm Rain Technique but I have the Eastern Ocean Bell. Quick! Ning Fan's hand seal suddenly changed and the Eastern Ocean Bell soared into the sky. The golden bell turned gigantic and shot out millions of rays of golden light which turned into golden rays that covered the entire sky. With a single sweep, all the black raindrops were destroyed. This magic treasure was just a supreme grade magic treasure. It could not be used in a battle or it would break easily. However, its strange ability seemed to be the natural counter to the power of the void. In just a single sweep, the golden rays of the Eastern Ocean Bell easily destroyed the black raindrops that contained the power of the void. All of a sudden, even the expression of the realm beast that was chasing after them changed for the first time. This is the heaven-suppressing bell of the Eastern Heaven Realm. No, this isn't right. How could such an immortal treasure fall into your hands? With your mere divine transformation realm cultivation base, it's even more impossible for you to use it. Is it just an imitation magic treasure? The cloaked burly man pondered for a moment and immediately felt relieved. It was good that it was not the heaven-suppressing bell. If it was the heaven-suppressing bell, the cloaked burly man would certainly run far away. To the realm beast, the heaven-suppressing bell was a nightmare. From afar, the diagram of a grand formation that was enshrouded in purple chi could be vaguely seen. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan took out several magic treasures from his storage pouch and made a hand seal to destroy them. With the help of the destructive force, he increased the speed of the Golden Flame Chariot to a terrifying level, trying to escape into the formation and get rid of the realm beast's pursuit. This is the Immortal Void Realm Formation Technique, Z-Way Dark Palace Formation. Humph. It seems like you guys are trying to escape into the formation. If I allow you to escape into the Immortal Void Realm Formation, it will be difficult for me to kill all of you. You managed to block my first attack. Now, you won't be able to block my second attack. The innate skill of the Realm Clan, Heavenly Sound Technique. A trace of strange pitch-black sound wave condensed in the throat of the cloaked burly man. At the moment when the sound wave burst out, the golden flame chariot broke into two halves with a loud bang. In an instant, Ning Fan and the others were surrounded by the heavenly sound which was powerful enough to kill an early void refinement realm expert. Chapter 336. The heavenly sound technique was the innate ability of the realm beast. As the pitch-black sound waves spread out, a heavy and ancient voice sounded like chanting scriptures, condemning people and pronouncing judgment from the heavenly Tao. Those who are not from this world shall be killed. The sound waves of the word killed caused an unimaginable collapse of the hollow space. Ning Fan's eyes widened in shock. Under the heavenly sound technique, his corpse devil body which was at the second level of the Jade Life realm actually showed signs of collapsing. What a powerful heavenly sound technique. Moreover, the reason why the realm beast destroyed the golden flame chariot was obviously because it saw everything that happened when Yuan Yao entered the chariot through the realm sense technique. This realm beast was prepared to destroy the golden flame chariot together with Yuan Yao, burying her in the golden flame palace forever. Star positioning plate, appear. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with madness. He must block this heavenly sound technique. Otherwise, not only the golden flame chariot would be completely destroyed, Yuan Yao would die and all the ladies including him would be buried in this heavenly sound that could destroy everything. He touched the star on his glabella and the star positioning plate was activated. At the critical moment, a massive star map rose from beneath his feet. 30,000 star lamps rose. Each of the star lamps was lit with silver flames, forming countless layers of starlight walls that blocked the sound wave. Due to the lack of time, Ning Fan did not even have the time to destroy the treasures. Only 10,000 star lamps were lit up. By lighting up 10,000 star lamps, the star formation could withstand an early void refinement realm attack. However, it was not enough to defend against the heavenly sound technique. Boom! The layers of starlight walls crumbled one after another. However, they managed to offset more than 80% of the sound waves. Let's attack together. Seeing that the heavenly sound technique was about to reach them, Ning Fan, the ladies and all the spiritual puppets and refined corpses simultaneously unleashed their full strength and attacked the sound waves from all directions. After this violent collision, the heavenly sound technique was finally broken. Ning Fan and the others were still fine, but two mid-void refinement realm spiritual puppets that were at the outermost perished under the attack of the heavenly sound technique. It was a great loss. The golden flame chariot was damaged and the two spiritual puppets were irreversibly destroyed. However, Ning Fan and the others managed to withstand this nightmarish heavenly sound. With a flick of his sleeve, the two halves of the golden flame chariot were reassembled. However, it was now filled with cracks and its speed and power were greatly reduced. He didn't even have time to collect the remains of the two puppets as he directly charged into the Immortal Void stage formation in front of him. Humph! Liu Bei had actually escaped. However, once they entered the Z-Way Profound Palace's grand formation, they would most likely die. The Z-Way Profound Palace formation has a total of 49,000 formation eyes. Within 7 steps, there will be a calamity of death. I'm afraid they won't be able to go far and will die in the formation. But just in case, we still have to give chase. I have to stay here and guard the formation to prevent them from escaping. I'll leave the task of pursuing them to these realm slaves. The cloaked man wore a cold look on his face. He opened his mouth and spat out many shadows of wild beasts and semi-god realm beings. Among these phantoms, there were 53 soul formation cultivators. Among them, there were phantoms of dead soul formation cultivators from the White Demon sect and the Demon Realm, phantoms of the 2 White Demon Elders, Lin Su, and countless phantoms of sea beasts from the 7-kill star ocean. Realm Slave. Any expert who was killed by the Realm Beast, within a few years, would have a trace of their soul intercepted and turned into a phantom power, becoming the Realm Beast slave. Go. Enter the formation and kill those people. Yes. 53 soul formation stage shadows floated and entered the purple light of the Immortal Void Realm formation. We're finally safe. Inside the Immortal Void Realm Grand Formation, she patted her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. No, we're still safe. That Realm Beast seems to be guarding outside, but it has sent many Realm Slaves to hunt us down. Wu Yan said worriedly. Realm Slaves, huh? According to the legends, the people who are killed by the Realm Beast can retain a trace of their soul and transform into a phantom to become the Realm Beast slave. They can even retain their cultivation base. However, these phantoms have low spiritual intelligence. It shouldn't be difficult to deal with them. What's difficult to deal with is the grand formation in front of us. Little Cucumber, what kind of grand formation is this? Are you really confident that you can break it? Of course. This is an Immortal Void Realm Grand Formation called the Z-Way Dark Palace Formation. It has a total of 49,000 formation eyes. Every 7 steps will determine life and death. At the end of the Grand Formation, there are 18 gates of life and death. After passing through one of the gates of life and death, we'll be able to reach where Lu Wu's remnant soul is and obtain the Emperor Star's inheritance. Ning Fan's eyes were solemn. The group of them was standing on a white circular stone slab. Is Lu Wu really not dead? Why is his remnant soul sealed? Wu Yan was puzzled. I suppose only heaven knows about those secrets. I'm afraid even Lu Wu himself has forgotten about it. Ning Fan did not say anything else. He kept the remaining 7 spiritual puppets which were quite damaged, leaving only Hei Tang and the Black Dragon. As for the Golden Flame Chariot, he temporarily kept it in his storage pouch. From the outside, the Z-Way Dark Palace Formation looked like layers of overlapping formation lights. It was impossible to see what was inside the formation clearly. From the inside, it looked like a crisscrossing path of light. On the path of light, there would be 7 purple circular stone slabs floating every 70,000 li for those who enter the formation to step on. These stone slabs were purple in color at first. However, as they stepped on them, the 7 stone slabs would change color. 6 of them would turn black while the last one would turn white. The purple color was just a disguise. Black and white were the true colors. After those who enter the formation left the stone slabs, they would turn back to purple. Each of the stone slabs was a formation eye. 6 of the 7 stone slabs were black and 1 was white. 6 of them were dead and 1 of them was alive. To Ning Fan, as long as he had enough time, it would not be difficult for him to distinguish the life and death slate with his innate talent in the Tao of formations. With Wei Xian's help, Ning Fan passed through the formation and passed through hundreds of formation eyes in just a few breaths. Behind him, there were constantly divine transformation realm shadows chasing after him. The cultivation bases of these shadows were not weak. Moreover, they were following Ning Fan's footsteps. Thus, it was easy for them to pass through the formation. Liu Bei, hand over your life. The ones who were walking at the front were Lin Su and the 2 old men by Mo. The 3 shadows had already lost their spiritual intelligence. The only thing they remembered was that they had a grudge against Ning Fan. It would be best if they could kill Ning Fan. Stop bothering me. Ning Fan looked at the 53 divine transformation realm shadows behind him and his eyes darkened. Without any hesitation, he triggered a trace of the wind-snow technique in the bodies of Lin Su and the 2 old men. Traces of black ice and snow appeared without any warning. Before the 3 shadows could regain their senses, they had already turned into 3 black ice sculptures. At the next moment, they shattered into pieces of ice. Since the 3 of them were already dead, the stone slabs that they were stepping on immediately turned from white to purple. The 50 divine transformation realm shadows behind Ning Fan looked at the 7 purple stone slabs in front of them with blank eyes. Each of them chose one of the slabs and stepped on it. In an instant, the color of the purple stone slabs changed. Those who stepped on the black slabs were all cut by the black light and died while screaming in pain. In an instant, 6 out of 7 of the realm slaves died tragically. Only 7 divine transformation realm shadows managed to survive. Their eyes were still filled with confusion. After the series of changes, Ning Fan had already widened the distance between him and the realm slaves. It was no longer possible for them to track Ning Fan. In the first place, 6 of the 7 realm slaves died while one of them survived. After passing by another place, one of them stepped on the black stone slab and died. This group of realm slaves are all dead. Phew! We're finally safe. Shi Ran patted her chest and said. Fortunately, the ones who are following us at the very front are Lin Su and the other 2 old men. Ning Fan withdrew his thoughts and carefully identified the color of the stone slabs. In just half a day, they had already passed through 2/3 of the Grand Formation. How did that brat escape so quickly? Outside the Grand Formation, the cloaked muscular man was inwardly shocked. This Z-Way Black Palace Formation was an immortal Void Realm Grand Formation. Even if he enters it personally, he would not be able to move so quickly. With his innate talent in the Tao of Formations, he would need at least 10 days to pass through this formation. If he is trapped by the formation, he might not be able to get out of it even after a few months. However, through his realm sense, the cloaked muscular man could see that Ning Fan and the others passing through the Grand Formation was like child's play. As for the many realm slaves that he sent out, they were all dead. The cloaked muscular man's eyes darkened. He had no choice but to personally take action and chase after Ning Fan. The purpose of Ning Fan and the others seemed to be to pass through the 18 gates of life and death at the end of the Z-Way Black Palace Formation. Once Ning Fan and the others reached the other end of the Grand Formation, even the cloaked muscular man would not be able to catch Ning Fan. It seemed like it was already a little too late for him to chase after Ning Fan now. Could it be that this Liu Bei's innate talent in the Tao of Formations is comparable to that of a formation immortal? Otherwise, how could he explain his terrifying speed in breaking through the formation? With the cloaked muscular man's pitifully weak innate talent in the Tao of Formations, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through the life and death slate step by step and catch up to Ning Fan. As such, the cloaked muscular man simply did not bother to identify which of the 7 slates was the one who would die. In the Z-Way Black Palace Formation, every 7 steps would determine life and death. To a divine transformation realm expert or even a void refinement realm expert, taking a wrong step would result in death immediately. However, to the cloaked muscular man, even if he takes a wrong step, he would at most suffer some injuries. Even though his cultivation base had fallen, he was still an expert at the true crossing realm in the past. The toughness of his physical body was still there. He took a step into the formation and landed on one of the 7 purple slates. Immediately, the slate changed its color. The slate that he was stepping on was black. Rays of black formation power shot out from the slate. However, when they landed on the cloaked muscular man's body, they could only leave a few tiny wounds that were almost unnoticeable. The strength of his physical body was evident. Even if he stood there and let Ning Fan slash at him, Ning Fan might not be able to kill the realm beast. Liu Bei, you won't be able to escape. The realm beast laughed coldly. A ray of traveling light directly passed through the countless formation eyes of the slate like a fleeting light. No matter how the formation power attacked his body and how his body was covered with wounds, he only let out an occasional groan. He did not die at all. However, his injuries were getting more and more serious. the cloaked muscular man's voice resounded through the entire Star Palace. When it reached Ning Fan and the others, the expressions of the ladies changed drastically. Yu Lingkong even scolded him angrily. Madman! This man is going on a rampage in the immortal Void Realm Grand Formation. He's a madman. I thought Little Cucumber was already crazy, but he's even crazier. What should we do? With his speed, he will catch up to us before we even get out of the Grand Formation. There's no other way. If he catches up to us, we have to stall for time no matter what. Ning Fan now had a clear understanding of the strength of this realm beast. This realm beast was basically a void refinement realm expert who had the physical defense of a true immortal realm expert. He even dared to receive the attack of a void fragmentation realm old monster with his physical body. Bei Yao, you have to hurry up. Ning Fan clenched his fists tightly. This time, it was really a life and death crisis. Outside the Star Palace, each of the chosen ones had already given up the idea of entering the Star Palace. None of them attacked the interface of the Star Palace or tried to find a way out. At this moment, all of them were holding their breaths in concentration as if they were waiting for something. What they were waiting for was whether that outstanding young man named Liu Bei would be killed by a true immortal realm expert. It's already been close to 10 days. There hasn't been a true immortal realm roar for such a long time. Could it be that Liu Bei is already dead? I don't know. After all, who could escape from a true immortal realm expert with just a divine transformation realm cultivation base? Everyone had their own thoughts. However, all of their thoughts turned into intense shock after hearing the roar of the realm beast. Judging from the roar, that true immortal realm expert has been injured again. Impossible. Could it be that Liu Bei has injured a true immortal realm expert again? Chapter 337. The roar of the realm beast revealed that its injuries were getting worse and worse. The injuries really shocked the geniuses of the Northern Heaven who were outside the Star Palace and in the void. They did not know what was happening inside the Star Palace. They only knew that the realm beast was continuously getting injured while chasing after Ning Fan. Each of the geniuses who were usually proud and arrogant remembered a name from the bottom of their hearts. Liu Bei. If Liu Bei ascends to the immortal realm, he won't be someone we divine transformation realm cultivators can afford to offend. This thought quickly spread in the minds of the geniuses. Inside the Z-Wei Profound Palace formation, Ning Fan kept using teleportation techniques. Now that the Golden Flame Chariot was half destroyed, he could only rely on the speed of the Fu Li sect to escape with his women. For every 10,000 li, there would be 7 stone slabs that were destroyed. In the beginning, Ning Fan still needed to use the route that Wei Xian gave him to break the formation. Later on, he had almost memorized the layout of the formation I of the Z-Wei Profound Palace formation. It was as if a purple chessboard with crisscrossing lights appeared in his mind. On the chessboard, there were 49,000 black and white chess pieces placed at the intersections. The chess pieces on the chessboard were the formation diagram of the Z-Wei Profound Palace formation, an immortal void grade formation. However, Ning Fan had already comprehended 60 to 70% of it during his escape. If I manage to escape from this calamity and carefully study this formation, I will be able to comprehend its profoundness in no time. As long as my cultivation level and materials are sufficient, it won't be difficult to set up this formation in the future. This thought rose in Ning Fan's mind, but it only lasted for a moment. Now was not the time to comprehend the Z-Wei Profound Palace formation. Escaping from the pursuit of the realm beast was the most important thing right now. Every time his soul was extracted and he teleported, the sense of danger became heavier and heavier. Liu Bei, I can't fly anymore. Shiran's demon power was almost depleted. The magic power of the other women was also depleted. They were not Ning Fan. They did not have the monstrous Fu Li wings. Flying would consume a lot of magic power and demon power. There's no other way. I'll just keep you all in the spatial treasure, Ning Fan frowned. With his teleportation technique, his speed would certainly be slow if he were to bring the women along. Now that they were being chased by the realm beast, they could hardly be of any help at all. Without saying anything, Ning Fan kept all of them with the Yuanyao jade. He even kept the black dragon and the black corpse. Then, he immediately turned into a ray of purple light and flew away hastily. I'm close. I'll be able to leave this formation after passing through 49 formation eyes. With a leap, Ning Fan landed on a white slate and immediately leaped into the air. Ahead, there were only 42 formation cores left. Unknowingly, the sound of the realm beast's pursuit had already stopped. Ning Fan's mind was filled with some doubts. Could it be that the realm beast has encountered some kind of obstacle and is now trapped? Unable to continue chasing me? His heart was filled with doubts, but he didn't slow down. Ning Fan had nearly activated his Fuli wings to their limits, increasing his speed to an extremely terrifying level. It was said that a crisis of life and death would help to improve one's strength. This time, the experience of being hunted down had increased his speed once again. With the help of the Fuli wings, he could travel 90,000 li. His speed was not any weaker than Kun Mo, who possessed the bloodline of the Kun Peng. Like a purple star, it flickered 5 times in a row. After the 5th flicker, Ning Fan looked at the last 7 slates in front of him with eyes filled with joy. This is the last life and death array. Once I break through this place, I will be able to shake off the realm beast and escape. Ning Fan leaped into the sky and flew towards one of the 7 slates 10,000 li ahead. However, just as he was flying halfway, he felt a great sense of danger coming from the front. In the vast sky in front of him, the shadow of a pitch-black giant claw appeared out of nowhere. It was 5,000 zhang in size. It suddenly grabbed at Ning Fan with the terrifying might of a void refinement realm attack. Behind the giant claw, the cloaked burly man's eyes glowed with a dark green light. He suddenly appeared and sneered. I've said it before. You won't be able to run away. Not good. The shadow of the giant claw was too fast. It was so fast that Ning Fan did not even have the time to activate the star positioning plate. He directly patted his storage pouch and summoned Hei Kei and the black dragon in front of him. With the toughness of their physical bodies, they might not necessarily be injured even if they defend against the attack of a half-step void refinement realm being. However, as soon as the shadow of the giant claw struck them, the bodies of the black dragon and the black dragon trembled violently. Countless cracks spread across their bodies. They were actually severely injured by the giant claw. Taking the opportunity when the 2 corpse puppets blocked the attack of the giant claw, Ning Fan withdrew himself from the situation and flew back to the white slate. Looking at the cloaked burly man who was sneering in front of him, his eyes flashed with a cold light. He waved his palms and recalled the dragon and the black dragon to protect himself. You're that realm beast? Ning Fan's expression was as cold as still water. No wonder he could not hear the realm beast's voice when he was running for his life. It turned out that the realm beast had already used a secret technique and reached the end of the grand formation in advance. It was preparing to intercept and kill him. Oh. With your mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base, you actually managed to block my attack for the 3rd time. Interesting. It seems like there are very few divine transformation realm experts who are a match for you. With your potential, if you are given tens of thousands of years to cultivate to the same level as me, I might not be your match. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to do so. Young man, hand over that lowly slave to me. I can spare your soul and make you my realm slave. The cloaked burly man's expression changed slightly. Not every divine transformation realm expert could survive 3 attacks from him. What shocked him the most was that Ning Fan's speed of breaking through the immortal void grand formation was just too fast. Seeing that Ning Fan was about to escape from the grand formation, the cloaked burly man had no choice but to use a self-damaging secret technique again. He forcefully escaped to the end of the grand formation and stopped Ning Fan there. At this moment, the cloaked burly man had forcefully passed through 49,000 formation eyes and completely withstood the attacks of nearly 6,000 formation lights. A single formation light attack was enough to kill an early void refinement realm expert. 6,000 attacks were unavoidable even for the burly man who had a true immortal realm physical body. Under the cloak, his skin and flesh were festering. His white bones were exposed and his blood was flowing freely. Even if Ning Fan was severely injured, even if his current cultivation base was only at the mid-void refinement realm, and even if Ning Fan was a monstrous genius among the divine transformation realm experts in his eyes, he still did not think that Ning Fan could escape from his pursuit. He had already blocked Ning Fan's path. In his eyes, Ning Fan was not far from death. Realm slave. Ridiculous. I, Lu, have been cultivating diligently all my life just so that I won't become anyone's slave. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. His entire body was filled with killing intent. Facing the realm beast, even if he summons his rogue devil, he might not be able to hurt it. Perhaps the only thing Ning Fan could rely on was Yuan Yao to recover her strength and eliminate this beast. However, he could not place all his hopes on Yuan Yao. Ning Fan's 5 palms grabbed and extracted the soul into his body. His aura force rose sharply and reached the peak of the late divine transformation realm in just a moment. No matter who you are not a reason to make me your slave. As a general, why should I be afraid of death? Being a slave is no different from death. Purple technique, wind mist. He pointed his finger and the golden-purple wind mist rolled towards the cloaked burly man. Immediately, the expression of the cloaked burly man changed. Interesting. You are just a divine transformation realm cultivator from the lower worlds. How dare you take the initiative to attack me? You're courting death. Your soul extraction technique isn't weak. However, if it's only at the level of extracting the soul of the earth, it's not worth mentioning at all. This magic technique that fills the sky with sand hasn't reached the standard of the void technique. Even if it has reached the standard, how can it hurt me? The cloaked burly man's eyes were filled with mockery. He stared at Ning Fan as if he was looking at an ant that was struggling on its deathbed. As he dodged the attack with his foot, the ground within the formation suddenly trembled. With a loud bang, it was as if something had shattered. Immediately, Ning Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and his chi suddenly dropped. The earth soul that he extracted into his body was forcefully broken by the cloaked burly man's foot. So this is the means of a true immortal realm cultivator. Even though this realm beast's cultivation base has fallen to the void refinement realm, its means are not even comparable to a void fragmentation realm cultivator. Ning Fan's astonishment made the cloaked burly man feel rather proud. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at the golden purple wind and sand that filled the sky. With the strength of my physical body, I can even break through an immortal void realm grand formation. Why would I be afraid of a mere divine transformation realm magic technique of yours? Devour. The cloaked burly man opened his mouth and swallowed all the golden purple wind and sand into his stomach. However, the moment he swallowed the golden purple wind and sand, his eyes were filled with shock. He punched his chest and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blood actually had a golden purple color. What kind of magic technique is this? It's clearly just at the divine transformation realm, but it contains an unimaginable power. It can even melt the internal defenses of my true immortal realm internal organs. All of a sudden, the burly man's expression turned extremely unpleasant. His initial mood of playing a cat and mouse with Ning Fan had completely turned into killing intent. If the one who injured him was a life immortal realm expert, he could still accept it. However, a dignified expert at the true crossing realm was injured by an ant. Even if it was because he underestimated his enemy and the injury was only slight, no true immortal realm expert would be able to accept such a thing. This was a humiliation. Taking the opportunity when the realm beast was injured due to its carelessness, Ning Fan's expression changed. Immediately, he rose into the sky and turned into a trace of purple smoke that was as thin as a strand of hair. Then, he soared into the sky and fled. There was a realm beast blocking the way in front of him. It was impossible for him to escape into the place where Lu Wu was sealed. If he retreats to the back, he would only be caught by the realm beast again. If he hides into the Yuanyao world, the realm beast would only crush the Yuanyao world with a single slap. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. Looking at the purple formation light above his head and the peak of the star palace that was even higher than the formation light, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination. Inside the grand formation, both the front and the back were already dead. There was no way for him to escape. The only thing he could do was to escape to the outside of the grand formation. I have the wind mist finger. Even if it's an immortal void realm formation, I can still break a gap and enter and exit it freely. As for this realm beast, no matter how powerful it is, its strength has been greatly reduced after all. It's easy for it to enter the formation but difficult for it to get out. No matter what, I must delay him until Bei Yao recovers her strength. The golden-purple sandstorm blasted on the top of the formation light barrier. Amidst the sound of friction, a small hole was created. Without any hesitation, a purple smoke drifted out of the grand formation and immediately transformed into his Fuli demon body. Like a purple demonic bird that soared through the 9 heavens, he soared into the sky. When the cloaked burly man saw this scene, he was shocked once again. What exactly is that golden-purple sandstorm made of? It can even melt a gap in the immortal void realm grand formation. What a cunning brat. You lured me into the formation but you escaped to the outside with your secret technique. But do you think you can escape from me just like that? The cloaked burly man sneered. He also soared into the sky recklessly. Looking at the light barrier of the grand formation above his head, he suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, sacrificing his own cultivation base to activate his secret technique. In just an instant, his cultivation base fell to the early void refinement realm. However, he spat out a cloud of black mist from his mouth which spread across 1,000,000 li. Realm melting technique. The realm melting technique, a mist that melts a world. This technique was considered as an extremely powerful technique even among the realm beasts. Ordinary realm beasts might not be able to learn it. The cloaked burly man spat out a mouthful of black mist at the cost of sacrificing himself. This black mist was no small matter. As soon as it came into contact with the formation light, the dignified immortal void realm grand formation began to melt in an instant. A moment later, with a loud bang, the immortal void realm grand formation with 49,000 formation eyes was directly destroyed by the cloaked burly man. The formation light was no longer there. What was left in the ruins were 18 gigantic ancient gates which were floating in the sky. They were none other than the 18 gates of life and death that led to Lu Wu's sealed place. Not only does this technique harm my own cultivation base, but it will also bring forward the arrival of my great heavenly tribulation. If it isn't necessary, I don't want to use this technique. Liu Bei, you made me hurt myself like this. If I don't tear you into pieces, how am I going to get rid of the hatred in my heart? You must die. At this moment, compared to killing Yuan Yao, the realm beast desired to kill Ning Fan more. Killing Yuan Yao was for the sake of the mission. Killing Ning Fan, on the other hand, was for the sake of revenge. A mere ant had blocked its attacks time and time again, forced it to hurt itself several times and even used the wind mist finger to ambush it. This was something that the realm beast could not swallow. To Ning Fan, tearing open the gap of the immortal void realm grand formation was also a huge consumption of his strength. If it wasn't because he had a deep understanding of this formation and knew where the formation light was the weakest, he certainly would not be able to successfully tear open the gap. However, before Ning Fan could heave a sigh of relief, he discovered to his shock that the realm beast had actually damaged itself again. Like a mad devil, it destroyed the entire grand formation. That is an immortal void realm grand formation that can trap void fragmentation realm experts. However, it was actually destroyed by this beast with just a mouthful of black mist. This realm beast was too powerful. The difference between Ning Fan and this beast was no longer the same cultivation realm. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. If that black mist sprays on my body, I will definitely die even if I summon my rogue devils, hide in the Yuanya world or use the star positioning plate to defend myself. This realm beast is too strong. If it wasn't because his cultivation base had fallen and his injuries weren't light, why would he need to take a single breath to kill me? I'm not his match. However, I can't retreat. I can't fear him. I can't die either. I can't die. Before my obsession disappears, I can't die. Ning Fan stood in the sky and looked down at the cloaked burly man who destroyed the grand formation with a mouthful of black mist. Escape. There was no way for him to escape. He had to die, but he was unwilling to die. He could only fight. Why would he hesitate to fight? Little you heir, lend me the power of your primordial spirit. Even if little brother doesn't say it, big sister is also prepared to lend you the power of my primordial spirit. This realm beast is too strong. It's impossible for ordinary realm beasts to master so many abilities of the realm clan. The reason why this realm beast chased after big sister Yao Er is definitely not simple. This realm beast was most likely sent by that person. That person had also chased after big sister like this in the past. You mustn't die in his hands. In the profound Yin world inside the Yin Yang locket, Luo Yu stood proudly. The figure of her enemy emerged in her mind and her beautiful eyes turned cold. Her slender fingers formed a series of hand seals and channeled all the remaining power of her primordial spirit into Ning Fan's body through a crack that was opened in the profound Yin world. Ning Fan's eyes gradually turned cold. A warm current flowed up in his dantian. A trace of feminine but noble aura surrounded his body. His eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. He gently stroked the hair on his temples like a woman. Even his voice had become feminine. Are you the realm beast sent by the Great Elder? He still hasn't learned the right things and is secretly collaborating with the realm clan. This voice did not come from Ning Fan. At this moment, the control of his body did not belong to Ning Fan. It belonged to Luo Yu. Primordial Spirit Possession Technique. You are not Liu Bei. Who exactly are you? How do you know about the Great Elder? The cloaked burly man's eyes were filled with surprise. At this moment, Ning Fan's chi had almost risen to the early void refinement realm. Moreover, this early void refinement realm chi was extremely unusual. It seemed to be the same as the cloaked burly man. Both of them had fallen to the early void refinement realm due to severe injuries. How could he not know that there was a trace of the primordial spirit of an expert possessing Ning Fan's body? However, the burly man could not understand what level of expert this was. Just a trace of primordial spirit actually gave him a sense of danger. No matter what, I must kill this person before his primordial spirit completely possesses his body. I must not reveal the relationship between the Great Elder and the Realm Clan. The cloaked burly man's eyes were filled with killing intent. He roared and transformed into his gigantic pitch-black beast body that was hundreds of thousands of zhang in size. The beast body was covered with scars and white bones could be seen. It looked extremely frightening. There were a total of 9 dark golden runes on his body. When he was chasing after Yuan Yao, he had used 8 of them. Only 1 was left. This was the unique ability of the Realm Beast clan, the power of ancestral talismans. Every realm beast was born with the talismans bestowed by the 9 Dao ancestors. Each of the ancestral talismans had the power to protect its life and attack its enemies. As the realm beast's cultivation realm grew higher, the ancestral talismans would also become more powerful. There were 9 ancestral talismans. Every time one of them was used, there would be 1 less. At this moment, the realm beast activated the ancestral talismans. All of a sudden, his pitch-black body emitted a dazzling aurora like the sun. The aurora spread and the space within tens of billions of li of the Star Palace and Heaven Palace trembled. No matter who you are, you must die today. Ancestral Talisman, break. As the last ancestral talisman crumbled, an unimaginable destructive force spread across the area along with the light of those words. In an instant, it spread across 10 billion li. The Heaven Palace crumbled and collapsed in the hollow space. When the Heaven Palace collapsed, the Earth Palace and the Human Palace were greatly affected. Countless hollow spaces exploded. The Heaven Palace was directly at the center of the explosion of the ancestral talismans. 1/3 of the Star Palace was directly destroyed. Outside the Star Palace, most of the geniuses of the northern sky were dumbfounded. There were a few people who looked at the Star Palace solemnly. Most of them were shocked. This is, the Realm Beast's ancestral talisman destruction technique. An ancestral talisman completely destroyed the Heaven Palace. Could this Realm Beast be the true immortal of the Crossing Truth realm that was chasing after Liu Bei? Not good. The Human Palace and the Earth Palace were still there. However, the space of the Heaven Palace was no longer there. In the pitch-black hollow space, 1/3 of the Star Palace had disappeared. What replaced it was a ferocious beast that was hundreds of thousands of zhang in size. It strangely appeared in the hollow space. Behind the ferocious beast, 18 giant doors were suspended in the air. They were not destroyed. No one knew where they led to. In front of the ferocious beast, countless dark golden light from the ancestral talismans enveloped a young man. It made the young man look like a sun. No one could see his appearance clearly. Countless geniuses looked at the huge beast that exploded the ancestral talismans and destroyed the Star Palace. They were so shocked that they did not even have the courage to escape. Countless geniuses looked at the figure of the young man that was being attacked by the ancestral talismans. Their faces were filled with fear. The young man that was being chased by the Realm Beast was Liu Bei. Fusion technique. Break. A voice that was a little too feminine could be heard from the golden light. Ning Fan activated the second divine star on his glabella, the Fusion heart. He used the Fusion force to devour the ancestral talisman's golden light. The Fusion force was the best method to restrain the true Yang power. The true Yang power was the source of the Realm Beast's ancestral talisman. It went without saying that the reason why Luo Yu knew this technique was to deal with the Realm Beast. At this moment, Ning Fan's body was already under her control. Moreover, if the Fusion technique was used by Luo Yu, there was nothing to fear even if the Realm Beast's ancestral talisman at the Crossing Truth realm crumbled. With a single word, the golden light surrounding Ning Fan's body was shattered. With light steps, Ning Fan walked out of the golden light. His cold eyes were filled with overwhelming killing intent as he stared at the Realm Beast. Elder sister, it's Liu Bei. A wave of astonishment immediately swept through the hearts of countless geniuses in the Northern Heaven realm. He is Liu Bei. He is the person that the Realm Beast was chasing after. This man actually managed to withstand the collapse of the ancestral talisman of a Crossing Truth Realm Beast. He is a monster. But, why does this Liu Bei sound like a sissy? Could it be that he is gay? One of the male geniuses muttered to himself. Shut up. Do you want to die? I don't care if he is a sissy or not. His strength is so terrifying. If you continue to spout nonsense, he might kill you. Another male cultivator said fearfully. Pooh. So what if he's a sissy? He has such a personality and is so charming. Many female cultivators of the Northern Heaven realm were somewhat infatuated with Ning Fan's feminine temperament. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. At this moment, his body was not under his control. All his words and actions were done by Luo Yu, who was borrowing his body. Luo Yu was a woman. Naturally, her tone and actions were extremely feminine. Now, Ning Fan did not know whether she could withstand the attack from the realm beast. He only knew one thing. In the eyes of these geniuses of the Northern Heaven realm, a straight man like him had become a transvestite. Forget it. So be it. I'll get rid of the realm beast first. Little you heir, can you win? Ning Fan asked in his mind. It'll be difficult. Luo Yu frowned. After all, she was just a remnant of her primordial spirit. That Yin fusion technique that blocked the ancestral talisman had almost depleted all of her remaining strength. However, I will not admit defeat to a realm beast. Even if I have to cripple my body, I will still settle the old scores with this realm beast. Luo Yu said coldly and arrogantly. Remember. You are using my body now. Ning Fan cursed inwardly. He hoped that his physical body would not be damaged by Luo Yu. Chapter 338. Broken bricks and rubble floated in the air. In the ruins of the Star Palace, two experts faced each other. Their majestic auras made it hard for countless geniuses to breathe. On one side, there was a pitch-black realm beast with a physical body of several 100,000 zhang. However, due to its severe injuries, it was only giving off an early void refinement stage aura. On the other side was Ning Fan, who was gently playing with his hair with his fingers and wearing a smile on his face. Even though his actions were gentle and feminine, the qi that he gave off was just at the early void refinement realm. Moreover, his qi was showing signs of weakening. But in terms of aura, it was even stronger than the realm beast. Liu Bei or the realm beast, who will win? Why do you still care about this? We only have one mission now, and that is to escape. Following the destruction of the Star Palace and the arrival of danger, these experts from the northern sky no longer dared to stay there. One by one, they took out their star compass and fled along the void. Even those female cultivators who were infatuated with Ning Fan had no choice but to leave under the urging of their senior and junior brothers. This place was already the battlefield between Liu Bei and the realm beast. Regardless of who won or lost, the battle would affect a vast area, and anyone who stood here to watch would undoubtedly die. Tens of thousands of Northern Sky's chosen were no longer concerned about the ownership of the Imperial Star. They only hurriedly fled. However, be it Ning Fan or the realm beast, both of them were staring at each other at the moment. They did not care about the person who had just left and were fighting against each other's aura force. With a loud bang, the aura force of the realm beast was defeated by Ning Fan, who was possessed by Luo Yu. Who are you? Possessing the body of an ant from the lower realms, yet knowing about the matters of the Jia clan, he is definitely not a nobody. The realm beast panted heavily, its eyes filled with killing intent. In terms of aura force, he might not be as strong as Luo Yu. However, in terms of the strength of his physical body, Ning Fan, who was possessed by Luo Yu, was certainly not as strong as the realm beast. Roar! Along with a deafening roar, the realm beast raised its claw and slapped the air in front of it. Even though his cultivation base was greatly damaged, the strength of his physical body was still present. The force of his claw directly turned into a 100,000 zhang large pitch-black palm imprint and slammed down on Ning Fan's head. Realm Palm Technique. The terrifying palm print caused the void to tremble wherever it passed. Looking at the gigantic palm above her head, Ning Fan. No, Luo Yu's beautiful eyes turned grim and she let out a soft snort. You want to bully me with your beast body? Humph. What you don't know is that Big Sister's bloodline's secret technique specializes in restraining all kinds of body refinement cultivators. A cluster of beauties and flowers can bury a hero. 3,000 weak waters can bury a hero. This is an unchangeable principle. 3,000 weak waters technique. A trace of water-blue magic power flowed to his fingertip with the help of his physical body. Luo Yu's hand seals changed continuously as she pointed to the sky. Immediately, layers of aqua-blue pools appeared above her head. This pool was called, the weak water. The weak water icy pond had a total of 9 levels. The realm beast's palm print, which was 100,000 zhang long, smashed into the serene pool and easily destroyed the water. However, every time a pool of water was destroyed, there would be a strand of strange blue mana that entered the palm print, causing it to immediately weaken. After collapsing the first layer of serene pool, the palm print was still 500,000 zhang long. After collapsing the third layer of the serene pool, the palm print was only 30,000 feet long. After collapsing the sixth level of the serene pool, the palm print was still 50,000 zhang long. After collapsing the ninth level of the serene pool, the palm print was only 10,000 feet long. The power of this 1,000-foot palm was only equivalent to an attack from a normal soul formation cultivator. With the help of Ning Fan's physical body, Luo Yu held the sky with her white hand and slapped the sky with her soft palm, directly shattering the 1,000-foot palm print. At the moment when the palm print was destroyed, traces of water blue chi penetrated the palm print and entered the body of the realm beast. As soon as the trace of water blue chi entered the body of the realm beast, its gigantic body immediately began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it was only 1,000 zhang long. 3,000 weak water technique. You're a member of the Luo clan. The realm beast's expression changed greatly. According to rumors, the Luo clan of the Northern Heaven had a bloodline secret technique called 3,000 weak water technique. It was a terrifying ability that could seal the strength of one's physical body. The realm beast was planning to suppress Luo Yu with the strength of his beast body. However, he did not expect that Luo Yu would use a secret technique to seal the terrifying strength of the realm beast. 3,000 weak water technique can bury heroes. Even if you have a true immortal realm body refinement cultivation base, once you're hit by this technique, your strength will be greatly reduced and your muscles will become weak. All the geniuses of the Northern Heaven had already fled. Thus, no one had witnessed how strange and terrifying this technique was. If I run into Luo Yu's clansmen in the future, I must be careful. This weak water technique is a little heaven-defying. To the cloaked burly man, it was already meaningless for him to transform into his beast form after his strength was sealed. With a shake of his body, he transformed back into his human form. Under the cloak, a pair of dark green eyes were filled with hatred. You're a remnant of the Luo clan. If I kill you, it will be a great merit for me. With your damaged primordial spirit, you first broke the power of my ancestral talisman and then sealed my body refinement realm. You don't have much strength left. I'm afraid you won't be able to use any of the secret techniques of the Luo clan anymore. The burly man sneered. He took a step forward and directly rushed towards Luo Yu. Even if his strength was sealed, the defense of his physical body was still there. In a head-on collision with Luo Yu's fists, the cloaked burly man definitely had the upper hand. Luo Yu's beautiful eyes turned cold. Her primordial spirit was damaged. After using the melting technique and the weak water technique consecutively, her primordial spirit became even weaker. She could no longer endure the torment of a large-scale secret technique. Seeing the burly man's ferocious fists coming at her, Luo Yu could barely defend herself. She tried to use Ning Fan's physical body to block the attack. However, her shoulder blade was directly hit by the burly man's fist, breaking all of her bones. Luo Yu was not good at body techniques at all. Seeing that his first punch was successful, the burly man sneered and sent more punches towards Luo Yu. While dodging left and right, Luo Yu kept getting hit by his punches. Naturally, all of the punches landed on Ning Fan's physical body. Let me do it. You just need to borrow the power of my primordial spirit. In his mind, Ning Fan could not stand it anymore. Luo Yu was not good at body techniques. Even if she sealed the realm beast's true immortal realm strength, she still did not have the upper hand. I'm sorry. I'm not good at close combat. You do it. Luo Yu felt guilty and blamed herself. It was because of her that Ning Fan's physical body was severely injured. Ning Fan's physical body instantly closed its eyes. Facing the incoming punches of the burly man, he did not dodge them at all. In the eyes of the burly man, Ning Fan's actions turned into mockery. Humph! Now that you know you're not my match, are you giving up? Seeing Ning Fan lowering his head and waiting for his death, the burly man naturally thought that victory was already in his grasp. However, when his punch landed on Ning Fan's body, it did not feel like he had hit anything tangible. At the same time, Ning Fan who was hit opened his eyes abruptly. His eyes shone brightly. His body dispersed into countless black shadows. After dispersing and condensing, they condensed into a black-haired, cold-looking young man in black robes 1,000 zhang away. You seem to be very happy to be chasing me. You're also very happy to be hitting me. Breaking and condensing. Breaking and condensing again. After breaking and condensing his body several times, Ning Fan examined his body with his spirit sense. The bones that were broken by the burly man had already healed with some difficulty. Even though there were still some injuries, they were no longer a hindrance to him in battle. Realm Beast, die. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He had been chased by the Realm Beast along the way and was on the brink of death several times. At this moment, the Realm Beast's chi power had been sealed by Luoyu, causing its cultivation base to drop to the Void Refinement Realm. As for Ning Fan, he had also reached the Void Refinement Realm with Luoyu's help. At this moment, Ning Fan had the qualifications to fight against the burly man on equal footing. Luoyu was not good at physical combat, but Ning Fan's body technique was not weak. Boom! Ning Fan's fist met the burly man's fist light. When both of their fists collided, both of them were pushed back 10,000 zhang in the void. Then, they immediately engaged each other in combat. It was difficult to determine the victor within a short period of time. What was different was the expression of the two of them. Ning Fan's eyes were as cold as ice. He was calm and unmoved by everything in the world. The burly man's eyes, however, were filled with anger. Incarnation technique? And you've even cultivated it to the level of self-recovery? But so what? The burly man felt even more humiliated. Given his identity, if it wasn't because of his severe injuries and his chi power being sealed by Luoyu, it would not be difficult for him to crush Ning Fan to death. A mere divine transformation realm ant actually dared to exchange blows with him. Even though the burly man remained unscathed with his strong physical defense, his heart was filled with rage. You're just an ant. Scram! 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 The burly man roared angrily, causing countless void storms to swirl. No matter how hard the burly man's fists were or how violent the void storms were, Ning Fan would condense into a black shadow every time his body was destroyed. Then, he would launch another attack. There were no techniques or fancy moves. All he had was the will to fight to the death. The cloaked burly man's physical defense was so strong that Ning Fan could not injure him. As for Ning Fan's incarnation technique, his injuries became more and more severe after the attacks of the cloaked burly man. It was not that Ning Fan's incarnation was invulnerable. It was just that Ning Fan's previous opponents were too weak and they could not injure him at all. The Realm Beast, however, was different. His attacks constantly damaged Ning Fan's incarnation. Fresh blood drenched his black robes. His entire body was burning with pain. However, Ning Fan's eyes were as cold as before. He would not be shaken by any emotion, not be shocked by any powerful enemy and not be confused by any illusions. His incarnation was heartless, emotionless and fearless. Boom! After another clash of fists, Ning Fan was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away. The Realm Beast, on the other hand, was not having a good time either. It was continuously attacked by Ning Fan. Even though it was not directly injured by Ning Fan's attacks, it caused countless wounds on its body to open up, aggravating its previous injuries. The prodigies of the northern heaven who had already fled 1,000,000 li away from the battlefield halted their steps with lingering fear in their hearts. They had finally escaped to a safe distance. However, they were still paying close attention to the battle between Ning Fan and the realm beast. Each of them took out their secret treasures such as the heavenly abode mirror and the image transmission stone to observe the battlefield outside the Star Palace. However, as soon as they saw what was happening in their secret treasures, none of them could remain calm. The black-robed young man who was fighting the realm beast with all his might was extremely thin and weak. However, he had such a cold expression on his face. He was fearless. From the very beginning, this young man who was called Liu Bei had never been afraid of the realm beast. When the group of prodigies saw the realm beast fleeing for his life, Ning Fan remained at his original spot and continued to exchange blows with the realm beast. The ruins of the Heaven Palace were dyed red with fresh blood. However, no matter how much blood he shed, Ning Fan became braver as he fought. I don't know what kind of secret technique this Liu Bei is using. His cultivation base is obviously at the mid-divine transformation realm, but he's borrowing the strength of an early void refinement realm cultivator to fight against the realm beast. From the looks of it, it's the primordial spirit possession technique. It seems like there's an expert's primordial spirit hidden in Liu Bei's body, and the reason why he was able to draw with the realm beast was because he borrowed the power of this expert. So what if I borrow the strength of others? Those that could be used for one's own use were considered a type of strength, weren't they? Besides, even if he borrowed the primordial spirit of others to temporarily display the strength of a void refinement realm cultivator, it would still be impossible for him to go head-on against this realm beast's physical body. This Liu Bei seems to have used some kind of secret technique to force the realm beast to be unable to display the strength of its physical body, making it unable to display any true immortal realm body refining technique. What? There was actually a secret technique that could seal one's physical strength in this world. This is too heaven-defying. Each of the young men discussed animatedly. In their eyes, Ning Fan's image became even more profound and unfathomable. Each of the young ladies' eyes were filled with infatuation. In their eyes, the feminine Ning Fan had a unique temperament. However, the current Ning Fan who was cold and indifferent made these young ladies of aristocratic clans who lived like princes and princesses. He's very handsome. Ning Fan did not know how many geniuses were paying attention to him. At this moment, he was unprecedentedly focused. His eyes were only on the cloaked burly man. His incarnation crumbled again and again, aggravating his injuries. However, Ning Fan had already forgotten about victory or defeat. There was only one obsession in his mind: I must hold on until the moment Yuan Yao recovers her cultivation base. In this world, there were too many times when you knew that you could not defeat your enemy but you must never retreat. Ning Fan's consciousness gradually blurred. His demon blood was boiling. While he was in a trance, the memories of his bloodline flowed into his sea of consciousness. Ning Fan seemed to be seeing illusions. It was the scene of the birth of the Fu Li clan in the ancient times. There was no Fu Li in this world until one day, when a young man in purple robes single-handedly massacred the desolate Ian and unified the demon race. On that day, most of the members of the demon race surrendered. These members of the true spirit realm were properly settled down by the young man in purple robes. On that day, a few old ancestors of the true spirit realm swore to never surrender. They fought until the very end and burned up the last drop of their demon blood. After they died, they received the respect of the young man in purple robes. With his great abilities, he resurrected them and gave them a new life. Then, he gave them the title of the Fu Li clan. The tilt of the heavens, the heart of Li Bandit. Only those who would not kneel in defeat and would not surrender even in death were qualified to monitor the heavenly Tao and uphold justice. The members of the Fu Li clan are the ashes of those who would not surrender even in death. When I met the Fu Li clan, I accidentally awakened the Fu Li blood. However, it was not a coincidence. In the unseen world, I am also unyielding. The path of cultivation is always going against the heavens. If I can't straighten my back, I won't be qualified to aspire to the strongest cultivation realm at all. Ning Fan's eyes gradually became clear. A hint of enlightenment rose in his heart. A battle of blood for blood had unexpectedly improved his mental state and cultivation base. The realm beast could no longer endure it. He looked down on ants and he was even more unwilling to fight an ant on the same level as him. In his eyes, Ning Fan was just an ant, the most detestable ant in the world. Damn it. If only I have a way to kill this brat. That bitch is hiding in the golden flame chariot while the chariot is kept in his storage pouch. As long as I kill this brat and that bitch, everything will be over. While he was planning, two giant doors suddenly appeared in the void. The doors opened and an old man in black robes walked out from each of the doors. Both of them had ferocious eyes. As soon as the two of them appeared, their eyes turned grim. Hey Mu, the great elder asked you to kill that bitch. Why are you entangling yourself with a divine transformation realm ant? The appearance of the two of them was too sudden. When the giant doors opened, countless geniuses of the northern heaven were immediately shocked. The Realm Gate Technique. Another two true immortal realm beasts have descended to the lower world. Not good. Run now. The sudden change made tens of thousands of experts of the northern heaven no longer have the intention to spy on Ning Fan. All of them fled in panic. The appearance of the two of them made Ning Fan's eyes turn grim. After exchanging a punch with the cloaked man, he immediately distanced himself from them. His chi became weak and his body straightened. Another two true immortals. Ning Fan's 7 apertures were burning with blood. His eyes were cold and heavy. Today, I might have to pay with my life here, Realm Gate. Yi Lu, Yi Gu, why are you here? The cloaked man's eyes were filled with displeasure. You have to ask yourself this. After killing a bitch who sealed her own cultivation base, she still hasn't returned to the clan to submit the mission. The great elder was a little anxious. Where's Hei Wu? He's dead. He was killed by that bitch. Trash. Two true crossing realm experts chased after a bitch who sealed her own cultivation base. One of them died and the other was injured. Where's that bitch? Her life plate hasn't been broken yet. Why are you entangling yourself with a divine transformation realm brat instead of killing her? The two black-robed old men looked at the cloaked man with sarcasm. Their sarcastic expressions made the cloaked man burn with anger. If it wasn't for a series of reasons, he wouldn't have killed Yuan Yao earlier. Why would he embarrass himself by entangling himself with Ning Fan? Don't be too proud of yourself. That bitch is in his golden flame carriage in his storage pouch. After killing this brat, we can kill that bitch. The three of us will attack together and kill this brat. As soon as the cloaked man finished his words, the two true immortals' eyes immediately fell on Ning Fan. They weren't the cloaked man who was in his peak state. At this moment, they could crush Ning Fan like an ant. One of the old men took a step forward. The force of that step immediately caused countless cracks to spread in the void. All of a sudden, Ning Fan coughed out a mouthful of blood. He was already severely injured. Hand over that bitch. This old man will guarantee your survival. The old man called Yi Lu sneered. Don't even think about it. You're courting death. Yi Lu took another step. Ning Fan's muscles and bones were all broken. Blood gushed out from his body like a fountain, but he was still standing. Don't even think about it. Ning Fan looked at the three of them with a sneer. Perhaps he would die because he was too weak. However, his cultivation base could be weak but his heart couldn't be. If he gave in, even if he could survive and become stronger, it wouldn't be worth mentioning at all. Oh. This brat's life is quite tough. However, you will die for sure when I take my next step. I'm currently at an important juncture of tempering my state of mind. I really don't want to kill anyone. This old man will give you one last chance. Hand over that bitch. Don't even think about it. Ning Fan sneered. His smile immediately ignited the old man's anger. Good. Good. You have guts. Do you want to die? This old man will fulfill your wish. Yi Lu's killing intent condensed on his foot. As long as he took a step forward, Ning Fan would definitely die. However, before his foot landed, a million li was suddenly suppressed by an arrogant and peerless aura force. A golden light flashed in Ning Fan's storage pouch. A beautiful woman in palace attire slowly walked out. Her heart ached when she saw Ning Fan was severely injured. I don't like killing people, but I don't like him getting injured even more. All of you must die. Chapter 339. Looking at the cold-looking young man who was covered in blood, Yuan Yao's heart ached. She could not imagine what kind of tough battle Ning Fan had gone through and what kind of torture he had to go through to accumulate such heavy injuries. All along, Yuan Yao had been intentionally avoiding Ning Fan because reality reminded her that there were some things that she should not even think about. However, at this moment, she could no longer hide her feelings. When she saw Ning Fan's heavily injured appearance, she could not suppress the fear in her heart. Will he die? He can't die, if he dies. If he dies, her shoulders were trembling. She did not even dare to look at Ning Fan at this moment. She did not dare to touch Ning Fan's body because there was not a single part of his body that was unscathed. Yuan Yao bit her lower lip until it bled. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and tears flowed down. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. You paid such a huge price to protect me. It's not worth it. I obviously can't give you anything. Ning Fan, who was severely injured, obviously had no strength to lift his fingers. However, he still wiped the blood off his face with difficulty and put on his usual harmless smile. Facing Yuan Yao's self-blame, he shook his head disapprovingly. Miss Bei Yao, you came too late. If I die, won't you become a widow? Pa! Don't talk nonsense. Yuan Yao's tears flowed to the corner of her lips. However, she laughed because of Ning Fan's words. This brat is always so irritating. He's already so injured, but he still has the mood to joke around with me. Speaking of which, whose primordial spirit did Ning Fan borrow previously belong to? Why does his qi feel so familiar? Yuan Yao shook her head. Now was not the time to think about these things. As long as she saw that Ning Fan was not dead, she would feel relieved. Her phoenix eyes turned cold. There were some debts that needed to be settled with these realm beasts. Thank you. You protected me just now. From now on, I will protect you. Her phoenix eyes were very cold. She had never been so angry before. Even if she was called a lowly slave by these realm beasts, she did not care. However, when she saw Ning Fan being injured by the realm beasts, she could not calm down. You guys shouldn't have provoked me like this. Just now, were you the one who stepped on him and injured him? Yuan Yao's graceful figure suddenly took a step forward and landed on the ground. The soft shoes seemed to be weak, but with this one step, a shocking aura swept across the void for millions of kilometers. With this one step, the void within 1,000,000 kilometers seemed to tremble in fear. With this one step, the three realm beasts coughed out blood and their expressions changed drastically. Bitch, bitch. You've recovered your cultivation. Not good. Run. She's at the Shidong stage, we're definitely not her match. Without hesitation, the two black-robed elders formed hand seals and attempted to open the realm gate to escape. At this moment, the cloaked man's teeth were trembling. When Yuan Yao was at her peak, he didn't even have the courage to resist. However, a crack had just appeared in the dimension gate when Yuan Yao raised her foot and stomped it hatefully on the ground. Layers of the void were torn apart by an unstoppable force. As soon as the two-dimension gates appeared, they were immediately crushed by Yuan Yao's stomp. The three-realm beasts were just about to flee when she took a step forward, causing them to cough up blood again. The cloaked man's injuries were especially severe. After Yuan Yao took 2 steps forward, his powerful true immortal level demon body exploded with a loud bang. Arg! The cloaked man let out a miserable cry. His physical body was destroyed, leaving only his demon soul. His expression was filled with panic. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to Yuan Yao, begging for mercy. "Fairy, please spare my life. He Mu was being foolish just now. That's why he chased after you. Please forgive me." As for the other 2 true immortals, they exchanged glances with each other when they saw how powerful Yuan Yao was. Their eyes turned ruthless and they activated the ancestral talismans on their backs. Ancestral talismans, break. Each of them had 6 ancestral talismans while the other had 7. The rest of them had been used in the previous battle. The destruction of the ancestral talismans was powerful enough to destroy the Heaven Palace Hall. However, Yuan Yao didn't even look at the light of the ancestral talismans. She pointed her finger and layers of magical power spread out, sealing all the power of the ancestral talismans. With another point, all the ancestral talismans of the 2 true immortals vanished into thin air. A powerful finger force landed on their chests, causing them to cough out blood. They were seriously injured. Facing Yuan Yao, the 2 true immortals didn't even have the strength to fight back. This scene fell into the eyes of the Northern Sky's proud sons and daughters who were millions of miles away. They were all astonished. Who is this woman? She's too powerful. She just appeared and made 3 true immortals want to die in fear with just 2 steps. I don't know. Her cultivation level is too high. It's not something we can pry. Our cultivation level is too low. Unless she wants to, we can't even see her appearance. She casually injured 3 true immortals and made the dignified Dujin realm beast kneel down and beg for mercy. Could it be that this woman is an old monster of the void-rending realm? But I clearly saw this woman running out from Liu Bei's storage pouch. Could it be that this woman is a senior of Liu Bei's clan? Void-rending realm. When they thought of this realm, the hearts of the Northern Sky's proud sons and daughters went numb. The 7 realms of cultivation was the first realm. From the vein-opening realm to the void fragmentation realm, one needed to understand the word void. After mastering the word void, one could break the void, ascend and become an immortal, breaking through to the immortal realm. The 3 realms of cultivation was the second realm. An expert who had just broken through the peak of the void fragmentation realm and successfully ascended was the first realm, life immortal realm. Life immortals were divided into human immortal and ghost immortal. Human immortals understood the word life, while ghost immortals understood the word death. When a cultivator reached the peak of life immortal realm, he would be immortal and have a limitless lifespan. However, what followed was the minor heavenly tribulation and the major heavenly tribulation. The realm higher than life immortal realm was true immortal realm. True immortal realm was divided into 3 realms. The key was to understand the word truth. The purpose of cultivation was to understand the truth of the Tao. The first realm of true immortal realm was the Dujin realm. The second realm of true immortal realm was the void-rending realm. The 3 world beasts were only at the Dujin realm. However, Yuan Yao was already an expert at the void-rending realm. Although the 2 of them were only 1 realm apart, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. To make an analogy, it was like the difference between a void fragmentation realm old monster and a nascent soul realm cultivator. They were invincible. No nascent soul realm cultivator could defeat a void fragmentation realm old monster. There was also no Dujin cultivator who could defeat Shikong. Even when Yuan Yao sealed her cultivation base to the void fragmentation realm, she could still kill one of the world beasts and severely injure the other one. Now that she was at her peak, killing the three-world beasts was as easy as killing ants. With Yuan Yao's cultivation base at her peak, if she did not want anyone to see her face, no one under the void-rending realm would be able to see her face clearly even if she did not wear a veil. These geniuses of the northern heaven did not know that Yuan Yao was the palace lord of the Lost World Palace. They also did not know that Yuan Yao was not Ning Fan Sr. but his woman. Even though they did not know it, the respect that these geniuses had for Ning Fan was already indescribable. What exactly is this Liu Bei's identity? Could he be a posthumous child of one of the 10 great secret clans in the lower world? Otherwise, why would he have Old Monster Shikong protecting him? Old Monster Shikong is a ruthless person who could destroy the 9 worlds in the lower world with a single palm strike. Even in the upper world, each Old Monster Shikong is an existence that can be counted with one's fingers. No one dares to provoke them. Liu Bei must not be provoked. Damn it! The old ancestor of my Yuan family is just a human immortal realm cultivator. Normally, I would be extremely grateful to him for giving me some pointers. My goodness! This Liu Bei has a void-rending realm helper with him. Who dares to provoke him? Who dares to touch him? This group of geniuses was already stunned. All the male cultivators were in awe of Ning Fan. On the other hand, the female cultivators were even more infatuated with Ning Fan as if he was their Prince Charming. In their eyes, even though Ning Fan was a little skinny and weak, his appearance was not bad. When he was feminine, he was very special. When he was cold, he was cool and handsome. His strength was astonishing and he had a glorious battle record. Since he could defeat Sichuan, he might have already killed Lin Su. His character and strength were top-notch. More importantly, he could easily bring out a void-rending realm helper. A typical tall, rich and handsome man. Even though these young girls were the outstanding figures of their respective sects and forces, there was nothing wrong with young girls falling in love with heroes. It was just like how men fell in love with beautiful women. They were watching from the side. Many of them were even preparing to send a voice transmission to their clans to report what had happened here. However, just as the geniuses took out their voice transmission flying swords and voice transmission compasses, they all collapsed without any warning. Then, a cold and noble voice of a lady was heard. No one is allowed to stay here. You are not allowed to report what happened here to your clans. Anyone who disobeys this order will be killed by me. Hiss! Each of the geniuses of the Northern Heaven realm was frightened. They were threatened by a void-rending realm old monster. Would they dare to disobey? Of course not. Retreat. Retreat now. I'll warn you first. If anyone dares to use a secret technique to leak what happened here on the way back to the Northern Heaven realm, don't blame me for killing you mercilessly. A half-step void refinement realm old monster coldly glanced at the group of young men and threatened. Yuan Yao had already asked these geniuses to scram and forbid them from sending any messages. This old monster did not dare to disobey her. However, he was afraid that some of them would send a message to their clans, provoking Yuan Yao to kill them and implicating the other innocent people. Therefore, he had to say the ugly words first. The old man's words immediately gained the support of countless people. Old ancestor Yuan Ming is right. Whoever dares to send a message and offends this void-rending realm senior, I will kill him without hesitation even if you are a genius. I will kill whoever dares to send a message. I agree. Yuan Yao's words directly made tens of thousands of geniuses yield obediently. None of them dared to disobey her. When one's reputation reached a certain level, one would not even need to use a mental seal to make others not dare to disobey her orders. This time, the geniuses of the Northern Heaven completely left. Among the 3 realm beasts, other than the cloaked burly man who was kneeling on the ground, the 2 true immortals looked terrified. Yuan, my name is Bei Yao. Yuan Yao looked at Ning Fan worriedly, afraid that he would know her identity. She was afraid that she did not dare to tell him her identity in the past. Now, she was even more afraid to do so. In the past, she did not dare to do so because she was afraid that Ning Fan would plot against her. Now, she did not dare to do so because she was afraid that she would implicate him. She and Ning Fan must not have any relationship. Even if she had to protect him now, they could not be together. It was because Yuan Yao was the palace lord of the Lost World Palace. It was an extremely special identity. If she breaks the rules, she would die and Ning Fan would also be eliminated by countless forces. Her phoenix-like eyes coldly swept across the three realm beasts. The cloaked burly man was still kowtowing to apologize. The other two realm beasts felt their souls tremble. They gritted their teeth and knelt down as well. Bei. Fairy Bei Yao, we were reckless and have offended all of you. All of this was the Great Elder's order. We were just following his orders, the Great Elder, huh? Yuan Yao gritted her teeth but did not say anything. It seemed like she had already guessed it. Her phoenix-like eyes stared at Ning Fan indifferently. When she saw his injuries again, her heart ached again. She had never been a vicious woman. However, today, she wanted to be vicious for once. It's useless to kneel before me. I want the three of you to kowtow to Liu Bei. Bei Yao's face was as cold as ice. What? We are dignified true immortals of the crossing truth realm. How can we kowtow to a divine transformation realm ant? Yuan Yao's body tilted slightly. It seemed like she had moved a little but at the same time, it seemed like she was standing still on the same spot. However, a terrifying palm print was left on the cheeks of the three experts for no reason. Half of the teeth and bones on their faces were shattered. Shockingly, this was done by Yuan Yao at a terrifyingly fast speed. You can scold me but you can't scold him. Damn it, the three true immortals had their own pride. They could submit to Yuan Yao but to Ning Fan was even worse than death. However, if they do not want to die, they must kowtow to Ning Fan. The three of them gritted their teeth as if they were suffering great pain. In the end, they kowtowed to Ning Fan 9 times. Yuan Yao's face revealed a cold and resentful smile. It was the first time she showed such an expression in her life. In the past, she blamed Ning Fan for being so vicious to the White Devil sect. Today, she finally understood that no matter how kind a person is, they would still be vicious if someone important to them was harmed. You have kowtowed to me but I still won't show any mercy. I don't like to kill people but I hate to see them get hurt even more. Liu Bei, you lost 2 spiritual puppets when you were being chased by them, right? Now, I will give you 3. Sacrificial puppet technique. The pain in Yuan Yao's heart turned into a ray of purple light and she pointed her finger at them. At first, it was just 1 ray of purple light. Eventually, it divided into 3 rays and went into the bodies of the 3 experts. As soon as the purple light entered their bodies, it immediately turned into purple flames and engulfed the 3 experts. The purple flames burned their bodies, causing them to scream in agony as they died. Their eyes were filled with hatred. You didn't keep your promise. We have already knelt down. I have never said that I will let you go. Now, appear. Sizzled up within the purple flames, the demon souls of the 3 experts were extinguished, leaving only their physical bodies. Ning Fan had been watching Yuan Yao's every word and action without interfering. However, when he saw Yuan Yao killing the 3 experts with hatred and even refining them into spiritual puppets, he could not help but feel a little pity for her. You don't have to force yourself. Killing has never been a happy thing. I know you don't like to kill people. With your help, it might be better for me to kill them myself. But they hurt you. Yuan Yao's eyes no longer had a hint of nobility like before. There was only confusion and trembling. Self-blame, guilt and fear. She was afraid of how crazy she would be if Ning Fan died. Puff, Yuan Yao spurted out a mouthful of blood. Her face immediately turned pale. The purple flames on her fingertips burned and then stopped, leaving only 3 incomplete spiritual puppets. Her vision turned black and she almost fainted. In fact, she had not completely recovered her cultivation base. However, when she saw that Ning Fan was in danger, she did not want to wait any longer. She forcefully refined a large amount of magic power into her immortal veins at the cost of harming herself. Bei Yao. Ning Fan's eyes were a little nervous. He held Yuan Yao and checked her internal qi. Only then did he realize that she had not completely recovered her cultivation base. She was just forcing herself to come to save him. I'm sorry. These are 3 great true immortal corpses, but I failed to refine them into spiritual puppets. Yuan Yao hated herself for being useless. Perhaps, she was about to part ways with Ning Fan. Perhaps, they would never meet again. Before they part, she wanted to refine 3 immortal puppets for Ning Fan, but she couldn't even do it. They are just incomplete spiritual puppets which are only equivalent to early void refinement realm cultivators. Can they really protect Ning Fan? I like these 3 spiritual puppets very much. Early void refinement realm, huh? It just so happens that with my current cultivation base, I definitely won't be able to control a void fragmentation realm or an immortal realm puppet. Moreover, I might even be devoured by the puppet. Ning Fan pinched Yuan Yao's wrist playfully and praised the 3 realm beast spiritual puppets without hesitation. Then, he immediately kept them into his storage pouch. After being touched by Ning Fan, Yuan Yao seemed to have regained some of her strength. She retracted her hand angrily and her eyes were filled with struggle. You were ridiculous the last time. This will be the last time. You, watch your limits. Yuan Yao felt both heartache and anger towards Ning Fan, who was injured. He was clearly half dead, yet he still came to tease her. Did he want sex more than his life? But, thank you for protecting me all the way here. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you in the northern heavens. Yuan Yao said earnestly. When Ning Fan did not betray her even when facing 3 true immortals, she could not help but feel touched. How are you going to repay me? Ning Fan purposely glanced at Yuan Yao's ample breasts. You. Don't even think about it. Yuan Yao was slightly nervous and crossed her arms across her chest. I must never do it with Ning Fan a 3rd time. The first time was an accident, the second time was helplessness, and the 3rd time, he would be in deep trouble. He had to protect his bottom line. Chapter 340. The 18 layers of gates of life and death were floating strangely in the void space. They were faintly discernible and there were 9 chances of survival and 9 chances of death. If one were to enter the gates of death by mistake, even a void refinement realm expert would certainly die without a doubt. Fortunately, Wei Xian had already identified the 9 doors of life for Ning Fan and he had even entered 6 of them. Of the remaining 3 life gates, one of them led to the place where Lu Wu was sealed. In the void, there were ruins of mountain rocks and debris floating everywhere. In the ruins, Ning Fan and the ladies stood on the star compass. All of them were staring at the gate of life and death. Among them, Ning Fan consumed a few 5th revolution healing pills to suppress his injuries. Purple light flashed in his left eye as he activated the Fu Li Eye, trying to identify who among the 3 life gates had sealed Lu Wu. As for the other women, they either sighed, rejoiced, or lamented. Most of them found it hard to believe that they were still alive. Beside the girls, 1 dragon and 1 serpent were injured, but they were still protecting them. In addition to these 2 corpse puppets, there were 3 more cloaked puppets with green eyes. Brother Liu Bei, is it true? These 3 puppets were all refined from true immortal world beasts. Sister Bei Yao is so powerful. Shi Ran's eyes sparkled like stars. She held a long sword and knocked on the 3 new puppets. I can't be wrong. These 3 puppets were made from the corpses of perfected immortals. Even though they were only semi-finished products, all 3 of them possessed early spatial tempering stage power. That's right. Ning Fan sighed with emotion. If it wasn't for Yuan Yao's help this time, perhaps he would have really died. Yuan Yao did not completely recover her cultivation. After killing the realm beast, she sealed her cultivation to the deity transformation realm again. However, the seal this time around was only temporary. As long as Yuan Yao was willing, she could break the seal at any time and unleash the power of the Skysplit realm. Sealing his cultivation would reduce the burden on his immortal meridians and help him recover from his injuries. That was all. As for Luoyu, because she had lent Ning Fan her primordial spirit power, her damaged primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. In order to protect herself, she had sealed herself in the yin-yang locket and went into a deep slumber. Ning Fan did not tell Yuan Yao about Luoyu. He just secretly made up his mind that after returning to the Endless Sea this time, he must find some primordial spirit nourishing items to help Luoyu recover the power of her primordial spirit. No matter what, it's all thanks to Bei Yao that we were able to survive. I just didn't expect Bei Yao to be a shedding void realm expert. Wu Yan looked at Yuan Yao with gratitude in her eyes. Her words made Yuan Yao feel ashamed. If it wasn't because of me, all of you wouldn't have been chased by the realm beast. It's all my fault. All right. Don't thank me, I apologize to you. Let's get down to business first, little cucumber. Which life gate should we enter? We can't delay it any longer. If there are other realm beasts chasing after us, it will be troublesome. Yes, we do need to hurry. Ning Fan nodded his head and activated his Fu Li Eye to its limit. Of the 9 doors of life, the 6 paths didn't need to enter, so he only needed to choose 3. Among the 3 snow-white gates, only one of them flickered with a trace of golden light. As soon as his Fu Li Eye caught the trace of golden light, he immediately flicked his sleeve without hesitation, sweeping up all of his women and spiritual puppets. Then, he turned into a ray of light and entered one of the living doors. The moment they entered the giant door, all 18 of the giant doors collapsed. The strangest thing was that the entire Star Palace disappeared without a trace in a split second. A few days later, the 3 realm gates opened again in the void ruins. 3 experts walked out of the gates one after another. All of them were realm beasts at the true immortal realm. The leader of the 3 was holding a tracking compass in his hand. It seemed like he had come here to track Yuan Yao. A trace of Yuan Yao's qi was sealed inside the compass. As long as the distance between them was within 10 billion li, it would be able to display Yuan Yao's location. However, just as the 3 of them were on their way to the Star Palace, the light dot on the compass that represented Yuan Yao's location flashed and disappeared. The leading elderly man stared at the ruins with a gloomy expression. The Star Palace has disappeared. That bitch has also disappeared. What's going on? Could it be that that bitch has hidden herself in a medium-sized world? Humph. That bitch is lucky. She actually managed to escape. How are we going to explain this to the Great Elder when we return to the clan? Explain. Just say what you want to say. The life tablets of He Wu, He Mu, Yi Lu, and Yi Gu in the clan have been broken. They are naturally dead. For true immortals were chasing after a bitch who sealed her own cultivation base, but all of them died. The Great Elder is very angry. Just now, on our way here, we captured a few juniors and searched their souls and memories. In their memories, they seem to have mentioned a divine transformation realm young man named Liu Bei who fought He Wu to a draw. After that, that bitch also appeared from that young man's storage pouch. Could it be that the reason why He Mu and the others failed to kill that bitch was because of that young man's interference? That's impossible. Even if He Mu is severely injured, he is still a true immortal realm cultivator. How is it possible for him to fight a divine transformation realm cultivator to a draw? That bitch has already disappeared. Let's return to the clan quickly and report this matter to the Great Elder. After the 3 of them finished their discussion, they stepped into the realm gates and left. Ning Fan did not know that the Star Palace had gone missing because he had entered the correct life gate. He also did not know that a few days after he entered the Star Palace, there were people chasing after him again. Inside the life gate, there was a sea of clouds that was made up of clouds and mist. Ning Fan and the others walked for a few days in the sea of clouds and finally arrived at a gigantic palace that was made up of clouds and mist. The palace that was made of clouds and mist was so huge that they could not see the top of it at all. What was even more strange was that there were jade stairs and pillars in the palace, but there was no door to enter it. Even though there was no door to the palace, they could faintly sense a hint of obscure and ferocious chi from it. It seemed to be the sealed Lu Wu. The killing formation surrounding the palace was even more terrifying. If there are any demons who enter this palace without permission, they would probably die immediately. Even though there were no stars in this place, it seemed to be the hub of all the starlight. It could decide the ownership of all the star power in the Star Palace. Even Yuan Yao was a little surprised when she saw this palace for the first time. What a magnificent cloud palace! If I'm not mistaken, there is an immortal emperor realm killing formation above this cloud palace. Unless one has the key to the Star Palace or has the cultivation base of an immortal emperor, no one can enter this palace. This place is most likely the center of the Star Palace. I didn't expect that such a palace would be sealed in a Star Palace that has been desolate for hundreds of millions of years. Even Yuan Yao was surprised, let alone the other women. Only Ning Fan's eyes were calm. He had seen many of such huge palaces that he could not see the top of in his dream of reincarnation in the ancient heavenly court. This is an immortal palace. It's the residence of an immortal emperor. Perhaps, this was one of the sleeping chambers of the Heaven Sovereign. Is Lu Wu inside? Lu Daochen once said that the reason why he begged me to let him go was because I'm a human. That's why I can enter this palace. I have the royal bloodline, which is why I can wash away Lu Wu's sin seal. The sin seal is the punishment that the large True Spirit clan gives to traitors. It's a seal of sins. Those who are inflicted with the sin seal will have their souls trapped even after they die. They won't be able to reincarnate and will be tortured all day long. As for the formation light of this palace, it seems to be specially set up to monitor the demon race. Is this the reason why Lu Daochen took a fancy to my identity as a human? However, there are no doors on all four sides of this huge palace. How am I supposed to enter it? Perhaps, I should call for Lu Wu and ask him to open the door from the inside. Swoosh, that a thought flashed across Ning Fan's mind. He immediately took out an ancient scroll painting and opened it. The painting depicted a demon marshal who was wearing golden armor with a tiger's head. He was riding on a golden flame chariot which was pulled by 9 demon beasts. The lands that the golden flame chariot passed through were herb gardens that were full of spiritual chi. Behind all the herb gardens in the background, a majestic and massive palace made of clouds and mist could be vaguely seen. It looked almost the same as the huge palace in this place. This painting was given to Ning Fan by Lu Daochen. According to the legends, it was painted by a painting immortal of the ancient heavenly court. When the painting was revealed, Wu Yan, Shi Ran and Yu Lingkong's eyes lit up. This is an immortal painting. The paintings of mortals can at most pass off the fake as genuine. In the end, it's just an illusion. However, the paintings of immortals can bring the things in the painting back to life. Even though this is just a scroll painting, it must have been created by a true immortal. How is this a painting? It's obviously a magic treasure painting scroll. Yu Lingkong was the first to praise it. That's right. If this painting falls into the hands of a void refinement realm cultivator, it will be a void treasure which can summon the void refinement realm beings in the painting to help them kill their enemies. Even if the immortal who created this painting isn't at the shedding void realm, he is most likely at the peak crossing truth realm. Yuan Yao's eyes were higher and she could see more accurately. Ning Fan did not explain the origin of this painting. Instead, he was looking for a way to open the huge palace. This painting was given to him by Lu Daochen. From a certain point of view, it could also be considered as Ning Fan's keepsake. Ning Fan took a light breath and cupped his fists towards the direction of the huge palace. I'm Liu Bei of the Luo Yun tribe. I'm here to help Demon Marshal Lu Wu remove the evil seal and retrieve the Emperor Star at the request of General Yun. Please open the palace door, General Lu. Ning Fan's clear voice reverberated around the Cloud Palace 3 times. After repeating it 3 times, there seemed to be the sound of some gigantic creature moving inside the huge palace. As if it was awakened by Ning Fan, traces of strong breathing could be heard. In the end, a hoarse and heavy voice that sounded like thunder resounded from inside the Cloud Palace. General Yun. The person invited by Lu Daochen. There's no mistake. This painting is exactly the one that Immortal Jin Ling gave me. Since Lu Daochen gave you this item, it shows that you are a trustworthy person. However, you said that you have 2 objectives for coming here. One is to help me cleanse my evil seal and free my soul. The other is to retrieve the Heavenly Emperor Star. Is that it? Rumbled up that voice suddenly became majestic. It was filled with a strong aura force. This aura force was not any weaker than a peak void refinement realm expert. The aura force turned into a strong gust of wind as if it was testing Ning Fan. When the gust of wind reached Ning Fan's body, the purple star in his left eye flashed. Immediately, the gust of wind dispersed. That's right. I came here to fulfill my promise and also to retrieve the Emperor Star. Please open the palace door, General Lu. Ning Fan's tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Swish. He kept the scroll of painting. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a black chess piece. Lu Wu, who was inside the huge palace, seemed to be quite shocked when he sensed that Ning Fan had actually blocked his aura force with the power of his ancestral blood. A mid-divine transformation realm cultivator managed to block my aura force. This young man is not weak. When Lu Wu saw Ning Fan take out the black chess piece, his eyes immediately widened in shock. You have obtained His Majesty's approval. Ning Fan did not know the meaning of this black chess piece, but Lu Wu did. In the past, before he went into hibernation, he had given Lu Daochen a key. However, that key was just the first step to obtaining the inheritance of the Emperor Star. The second step was to use the key to open the trace of remnant will that Heaven Emperor left in the Star Palace and obtain his approval. The third step was to comprehend the power of Heaven Emperor's black star with this black chess piece. Since Ning Fan could obtain the black chess piece, he had naturally obtained the approval of Heaven Emperor's remnant will. Of course, he was qualified to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Star. There was no need for other tests. Almost instantly, Lu Wu was ready to open the door of the palace. However, when his eyes fell on the female corpse behind Ning Fan, he was so shocked that he forgot to open the door. Princess. Inside the huge palace, a gigantic beast with white fur was crouching on the ground. He looked old and feeble. His eyes were dim but his expression was calm. As soon as he saw the female corpse, his eyes shone with excitement. He never thought that he, Lu Wu, would be able to see the princess 150 million years after the Heaven Court was destroyed. After the Heaven Court was destroyed, Lu Wu was deprived of all his memories like the other survivors. However, he still remembered the Heaven Emperor and the princess. If he was just surprised by Ning Fan's ancestral blood, at this moment, he was surprised as to why Ning Fan could travel with the princess. In a daze, Lu Wu seemed to have an illusion. At this moment, the young man outside the Cloud Palace was not an expert who possessed ancestral blood. Instead, he was a butterfly. A butterfly that he had seen many times in the Heaven Court. Bang! That the light of the killing formation around the Cloud Palace dimmed. After a loud bang, a gigantic door was blasted open. Your name is Liu Bei, right? You can enter the palace and receive the inheritance of the Emperor Star. However, the others are not allowed to enter for the time being. This palace has an immortal formation set up by the Heaven Emperor. Other than those who have obtained the chess pieces of the Heaven Emperor, no one else can enter unless they have the cultivation base of an immortal emperor. You have a black chess piece in your hand. As for me, I have a white chess piece. You, come in. Lu Wu opened the gigantic door of the Cloud Palace. However, it could only allow Ning Fan to enter alone. Leaving the ladies to wait outside, Ning Fan took a step forward and turned into a trace of purple smoke, leaping into the Cloud Palace. Holding the black chess piece in his hand, Ning Fan had a feeling that he could be immune to all attacks in the Cloud Palace with this chess piece. Therefore, he was not worried about being attacked by Lu Wu or any other unforeseen events after entering the Cloud Palace. Inside the Cloud Palace, there was neither light nor lamps. It was as dark as a cellar. Inside the vast and spacious palace, the echoes of Ning Fan's footsteps could be heard from time to time. After walking for an unknown period of time, Ning Fan stopped. Even though it was dark in front of him, he could see through the darkness with his Fuli eye. In the darkness in front of him, a gigantic beast that was 8,000 zhang was crouching on the ground. Its body was snow-white and it did not have any impurities. It was an incomparably gigantic cloud beast. However, this cloud beast was not a real entity. Instead, it was an illusion. The snow-white body of the beast was covered with blood marks in a strange manner. I'm Lu Wu. I don't know why, but I feel like I've seen you before. This is really strange. The gigantic beast revealed a strange expression. Perhaps we've really seen each other before. Ning Fan still remembered that when he peeked into the samsara, he called out Lu Wu's name involuntarily and Lu Wu heard him. Perhaps they had seen each other before when they were peeking into the samsara. Or perhaps, Lu Wu was just familiar with the butterfly in his previous life. Ning Fan did not intend to explain. He just felt a little regretful. The Lu Wu in front of him was undoubtedly a dead person. He was clearly dead, but his soul was sealed in this place, preventing him from entering the samsara. He recognized Mu Weiliang, but other than remembering her identity, he probably could not remember whether she was alive or dead or why she died. This is the samsara. Under the power of the samsara, even a demon general who was once a regent can only lose his or her memory. His understanding of reincarnation had increased a little. Ning Fan's gaze passed through the darkness and landed on the blood marks on the gigantic beast's body. He frowned and said, "Is this the sin seal? Is this the thing that sealed your remnant soul, preventing you from entering the samsara after your death and causing you to be tortured every day?" "That's right. This is the sin seal. Before I fell into a deep slumber, a large true spirit clan had asked me for the Heavenly Emperor's star. However, I did not hand it over in the end. Instead, they planted the sin seal on me, trying to force me to submit. Even though I have forgotten the reason why the Heavenly Court was destroyed, I still remember His Majesty's order. The Heavenly Emperor's star must not be handed over to the demon race. In the current True Spirit clan, anyone who retains the royal bloodline is a traitor of the past." The gigantic beast's expression was a little angry, but eventually, it calmed down. It had forgotten too many things. It even forgot the whole story of the betrayal of the True Spirit clan. "If you can help me remove the sin seal, I will naturally be happy to enter the samsara again. If you can't do it, it's fine too. This matter is not important at all. You just need to take this white chess piece of mine and combine the black and white pieces to comprehend the star technique of the Heavenly Emperor." The gigantic beast opened its mouth and breathed out a ray of white light. It was exceptionally dazzling in the darkness. The white light condensed and turned into a white chess piece, falling into Ning Fan's palm. When he held two chess pieces in his palm at the same time, traces of enlightenment were transmitted into Ning Fan's mind through the chess pieces. Every single one of those enlightenment was related to the starlight body tempering technique. At the same time, countless pitch-black stars suddenly appeared on the peak of the white clouds outside the Cloud Palace. All of these stars were condensed from the power of the entire Star Palace. The rolling pitch-black star power entered the Cloud Palace and flowed into Ning Fan's body. In just an instant, the severe injuries on Ning Fan's body healed at an unbelievable speed. This is His Majesty Heaven Sovereign's Black Star Technique. With this technique, even the injuries inflicted by an immortal emperor can be healed in an instant. The more severely injured a person is, the easier it is for him to comprehend the profoundness of this technique. You are very lucky to have come here with such severe injuries. At the moment when your injuries are healed, your chances of comprehending this technique are quite high. Lu Wu said enviously. However, Ning Fan did not have the time to reply to his envious words at all. His mind was completely immersed in the black starlight. His mind was filled with the conversation he had with the Heaven Sovereign in the broken dream and the past where he played chess step by step. This is the Black Star Technique. If I learn this technique, even if I have just learned it, no matter how many Divine Transformation Realm cultivators injure me in the future, I will be able to heal them within a short period of time. If I study it carefully, not only will I be able to heal Ning Gu's body, but I can also help Ning Honghong and the other Weiliang recover their physical bodies. This is a great opportunity. I must succeed in comprehending it. After all, this is the Celestial Emperor's special secret technique. Chapter 341. He closed his eyes as if he had forgotten the entire world. When he opened his eyes, his mind was immersed in a world of starlight. Black crystals that emitted a dim light were embedded in the sky. Each of them was the source of the star power of this world. He reached out his hand and summoned a crystal. When he held it in his palm, his expression immediately changed. As soon as he held the crystal, it shattered and turned into a ray of black light that went into his body. All of a sudden, Ning Fan felt pain all over his body. Even the devil marks on his back seemed to be burning hot. What is this crystal? His eyes gradually calmed down. The pain he felt when the crystal entered his body had faded. However, when he looked inside his body, his expression suddenly changed. It was because he realized that after the crystal entered his body, the demon power and magic power in his body did not increase but the devil chi in his body increased by 1 trace. In other words, devouring a piece of black crystal in this world would increase his devil chi by 1 unit. Not only that, Ning Fan also realized that after devouring the crystal, the strength of his physical body seemed to have improved a little, slowly advancing towards the 3rd level of the Jade Life realm. Most importantly, when he raised his finger, a ray of black starlight shot out from his finger. This is natal star power. Devouring the crystals in this world can not only increase my natal star power but also improve my devil cultivation base. Does this mean that the nature of the black star is similar to devil chi? After Lu Wu gave me the white chess piece, I obtained many insights. All of them were the inheritance of the Heaven Sovereign. One of them was the method to comprehend the Black Star Technique. The first step to comprehend the Black Star Technique is to understand the difference between the Black Star and the other stars. I have already comprehended it before. The second step is to condense the natal star power. The third step is to condense the natal star with the star power. As long as I condense the first natal star, I will be able to cultivate the Black Star Technique. In the future, if I get injured, I can summon the natal black star and use the star power to heal my injuries. To condense a natal star, I need at least 10,000 traces of natal star power. In other words, I only need to devour 10,000 black crystals to condense the first natal star. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the surroundings. This was the world in his mind. The number of crystals in this world was definitely no less than 50,000. If he could devour all the crystals here, he would be able to condense at least 5 natal stars. At the same time, he would be able to increase his demonic chi by 50,000 units and his demonic cultivation by 50,000 units. This is an opportunity. Once I devour all 50,000 crystals here, I'll be able to increase my demonic energy by 50,000 and break through to the soul formation intermediate stage. In this way, my demonic power will be at the mid-divine transformation stage, and my demonic power will be at the mid-divine transformation stage. Although my magic power will still be at the half-step divine transformation stage, as long as my magic power breaks through the mid-divine transformation stage, I will be able to break through to the late divine transformation stage when the time comes. There were more than 50,000 crystals in this place. It was a good opportunity for Ning Fan to improve his devil cultivation. In the world of his mind, Ning Fan was like the only ruler. His fingernails were forming complicated and incomprehensible hand seals. Then, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Billowing black wind blew, rolling up a few crystals that were embedded in the ground and swallowed them into his stomach. In just half a day, he had already devoured nearly 1,000 crystals. His demonic cultivation had increased by 1,000 units, and he now had 1,000 strands of natal star power in his body. Faintly, half an illusory black demonic star was forming in his right eye. In his mind, Ning Fan was busy devouring the star power. Outside his mind, Ning Fan's physical body was standing still in the giant palace. His eyes were tightly shut and he did not move at all like a statue. After devouring 1,000 crystals, the 50,000 strands of black starlight that were entangling his physical body had been reduced to around 1,000. These 1,000 strands of starlight were increasing Ning Fan's devil chi and improving his physique. In front of Ning Fan's physical body, the giant beast Lu Wu's eyes gradually turned solemn. The Heaven Sovereign once said that the most difficult part of condensing a natal star is the first one. In the process of condensing the first natal star, one needs to devour 10,000 traces of star power. The most dangerous part is indeed the 1,000th trace. All living beings have souls and so do the stars. When a cultivator condenses 1,000 traces of natal star power for the first time, he will face the first test of his star soul. Can he pass it? In the world of his mind, Ning Fan had no idea what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the frosty sky, refining the 1,000 pitch-black crystals in his body. 1,000 crystals were equivalent to 1,000 traces of star power. As the crystals were completely refined, not only did his devil cultivation base improve tremendously, but his aura force also caused 1,000 traces of black starlight to fly around his body. It was a beautiful sight. Sensing the starlight entangling his body, Ning Fan revealed a satisfied look. He could feel that after condensing 1,000 traces of natal star power, his injuries were recovering at a much faster speed. However, after a while, the starry sky in front of him suddenly trembled. A ferocious beast roar resounded in front of him, resounding across heaven and earth. Ning Fan immediately rose to his feet and was on full alert. At a place where the star power was the strongest, a total of 1,000 traces of crystals suddenly collapsed. The star power gathered and turned into the shadow of a gigantic pitch-black beast. Roar! A bestial roar resounded. The eyes of that gigantic beast glinted with ferocious light. It dashed towards Ning Fan with the terrifying aura force of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. The power of the starry sky is not something an ant can comprehend. I, the star soul, am here to take your life. That gigantic beast spoke the human language. As soon as its voice fell, it immediately opened its mouth and breathed out a sea of flames, engulfing Ning Fan. Star soul, huh? Ning Fan murmured to himself. His eyes were calm as he calmly walked out of the sea of flames without suffering any injuries. With a sway of his body, he instantly vanished without a trace. At the next moment, he was already standing on top of the gigantic beast's head with his hands clasped behind his back. The star soul of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator is nothing to be afraid of. Break! Ning Fan lifted his foot and stomped on the gigantic beast's head, which was as large as a mountain. As soon as he stomped on it, the gigantic beast revealed a horrified expression. It let out a shrill howl after being stomped by the tremendous force. In the end, with a loud bang, the beast's body exploded and vanished into thin air. Ning Fan opened his mouth and inhaled. The 1,000 traces of starlight that formed the gigantic beast's body were all sucked into his stomach. Hissed at I in the Cloud Palace, Lu Wu's face was filled with astonishment. Just a few breaths ago, Ning Fan's natal star power had reached 1,000 traces and triggered the first attack of his star soul. However, in just a short while, Ning Fan destroyed the star soul and seized 1,000 traces of his opponent's star power. Lu Wu's expression did not change at all. After condensing 1,000 traces of natal star power, one will encounter the first star soul. This star soul usually has the strength of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator. This Liu Bei is obviously just a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator, but he managed to kill the star soul of a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator in just a breath's time. This man's combat power is rather terrifying. Is he invincible among those at the same level as him? He's indeed worthy of being the person who was bestowed the black chess piece by the Heaven Sovereign. However, I wonder if he can still remain so calm when he encounters the second attack of his star soul after condensing 5,000 traces of star power. In the world of his spirit, Ning Fan quickly refined the 1,000 traces of star power that he had seized. As such, there were already 2,000 traces of natal star power in his body. Starlight flashed around his body. Ning Fan accelerated his speed to the maximum. Like a trace of purple smoke, he teleported between heaven and earth. Ning Fan dug out crystals from the ground and swallowed them into his stomach to refine the star power. One day later, the number of natal star power in his body had already reached an astonishing 5,000 traces. After successfully condensing 5,000 traces of star power, the star power in front of him suddenly became chaotic. Nearly 3,000 traces of crystals shattered and the scattered star power condensed into a gigantic star soul beast which was even larger than the previous one. Roar.as The gigantic beast roared, the earth trembled and the mountains shook. The aura force of a late divine transformation realm expert was released violently. The power of the starry sky isn't something an ant can comprehend. I, the star soul, am here to take your life. The gigantic beast opened its mouth, wanting to breathe out star flames again. However, this time, Ning Fan did not even give it the time to open its mouth. Looking at the ferocious beast which was 2,500 zhang in size, Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. He pointed out a finger and a purplish-golden sandstorm suddenly blew across the sky. This purplish-golden sandstorm had the power to corrode everything. That power was samsara, the power to turn everything into ashes and dust into dust. Roar, before the gigantic star soul beast could launch its attack, it was suddenly shrouded by the purplish-golden sandstorm. Its scales which were as hard as metal directly turned into quicksand within the sandstorm. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. Its body was trembling. It used to be arrogant because it thought that it was the star soul while Ning Fan was just an ant. However, in front of this purplish-golden sandstorm, the gigantic beast felt an irresistible fear. Ning Fan was not an ant. In front of this wind-mist finger, everything in the world was just an ant. In the midst of its miserable shriek, the gigantic beast turned into ashes and dissipated in the wind. 3,000 traces of star force were absorbed into Ning Fan's stomach from the corpse of the gigantic beast. It's 8,000 traces now, Ning Fan muttered to himself. In the Cloud Palace, Lu Wu's eyes widened in surprise. If Ning Fan had instantly killed a star soul of the same level as him earlier, he was impressed by Ning Fan's ability to instantly kill another star soul that was one level higher than him. Not everyone could kill an enemy that was 1 in 10,000. Those who could do it were all heavenly prodigies who were 1 in 10,000. At least, Lu Wu knew that he was not that kind of heavenly prodigy. He did not have the ability to kill an enemy that was at a higher level than him. However, Ning Fan did it with ease. What Lu Wu could not understand the most was the purplish-golden sandstorm that rose around Ning Fan's body when he killed the second star soul. What technique is this purplish-golden sandstorm? I was once a demon marshal of the Heaven Court. Although my cultivation base is not high, I have seen many experts. However, I have never seen any expert who could display the power of this purplish-golden sandstorm. The power within the sandstorm is very terrifying. It's not something that I can understand. Lu Wu's eyes became complicated. In the beginning, he only treated Ning Fan as a divine transformation realm junior. Now, however, the way he looked at Ning Fan was almost as if he was his peer. I can't see through this Liu Bei. Even if this young man was in the Heaven Court in the past, I'm afraid he could be considered as an outstanding talent among the divine transformation realm heavenly generals. In his mind, after devouring a large number of crystals, Ning Fan sat in the sky with his legs crossed and began to refine them. For 3 days in a row, he was not moved by external objects. 3 days later, he suddenly stood up. His body was surrounded by 10,000 rays of starlight. 10,000 Dao. It's time to condense my first natal star. A heaven sovereign had 1 million natal stars. When 1 million stars appear, he could resist the attacks of immortal emperors without dying. What Ning Fan condensed was just his first natal star. Compared to the heaven sovereign in the past, it was just a drop in the ocean. It was insignificant. However, this star was of great significance. It was the first step for him to learn the black star technique. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Roar. When Ning Fan condensed 10,000 rays of star power, the roar of a beast reached the sky. Between heaven and earth, nearly 10,000 black crystals crumbled. 10,000 rays of star power condensed into a 3,000 zhang large ferocious beast. A star soul. Moreover, this star soul had the cultivation base of a peak divine transformation realm expert. As long as I destroy this star soul, I can condense my first natal star. Ning Fan took a step forward. Black chi surrounded his body and his white robes turned into a black robe. Before the star soul had the chance to say anything, his body had already exploded into countless black shadows and collapsed. The shattered black shadows vanished from heaven and earth. At the next moment, they appeared around the body of the giant star soul beast and turned into countless black shadows. They rushed towards the beast as if they were dyed by thick ink. All of a sudden, the giant star soul beast's expression froze as if it had seen something unbelievable. At the next moment, the black shadows dispersed and condensed into a young man in black robes. As for the body of the giant beast, it shattered with a bang, turning into countless blood mists in the sky. It was actually killed by that black shadow in an instant. At the moment when the beast died, the first black star rose at the end of heaven and earth. A strange feeling emerged in Ning Fan's body. His muscles, bones, and skin began to fester and decay. However, they were immediately filled up by the pitch-black starlight and he regained his vitality. His muscles and bones were being reconstructed. Every inch of his muscles was filled with more strength than before. Is this star power tempering body? Ning Fan's eyes were filled with joy. He could feel that after condensing the first black star, his body was once again reconstructed. He was reborn and became stronger. The first time he experienced rebirth was during the second corpse transformation realm. This time, it was star power tempering his body. I'm going to break through to the third level of the Jade Life realm. Ning Fan could feel that his physical body was breaking through to the next level. In the Cloud Palace, Lu Wu was full of admiration. He had already sensed that Ning Fan had instantly killed the third star soul and completely condensed his first natal star. In this way, Ning Fan could be considered to have grasped the preliminary mastery of star technique. Even a peak divine transformation realm star soul was instantly killed by this young man. Is this young man really just a mid-divine transformation realm cultivator? Even I am starting to doubt it. Hee hee. This young man is extraordinary. I'm afraid there are few who can be his match below the void refinement realm. If this young man was born in ancient times, he would surely be the candidate of an immortal emperor if he fought against the various heroes for the Tao. Lu Daochen invited him. That Chen brat's eyes are always sharp. Chapter 342. 1 day, 10 days, 100 days, in the world of his mind, Ning Fan sat alone for 100 days and had already devoured 50,000 crystals. The world of his mind was filled with darkness. Only his body was emitting a faint black starlight. It's about time. Ning Fan slowly rose to his feet and muttered to himself. The devil qi around his body had already reached 83,470 units. With such dense devil qi, his cultivation base had broken through to the mid-divine transformation realm in terms of devil cultivation base alone. The combined power of all the gods, demons and devils in his body had already exceeded 150,000 units. In other words, even if his cultivation base had yet to break through to the late divine transformation realm, the density of his magic power had already reached the standard of a late divine transformation realm expert. If he uses the soul extracting technique now, it would probably be enough for him to reach the peak divine transformation realm with the help of the secret technique. Not only did his devil qi increase, but his physical body had also improved to the third level of the jade life realm. In the first place, he was already a corpse devil body which unlocked the limits of the human body's power and defense. After going through the refinement of the starlight, the strength of his physical body had greatly increased. The body of a cultivator at the third level of the jade life realm was on par with other cultivators at the fourth level of the jade life realm. With just the strength of his physical body, he could fight against a peak divine transformation realm expert. These were just the improvements in his cultivation base. What delighted Ning Fan the most was another benefit. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Suddenly, he raised his head and pointed at the sky. In his right eye, the second black star had completely condensed. It was called the Star of Body Refinement. Its effect was to use the power of the stars to heal and cure injuries. As he pointed at the sky, 5 pitch-black stars appeared one after another, sprinkling black starlight down. Under the 5 rays of starlight, Ning Fan's injuries had already been healed. The effect of a ray of starlight healing was equivalent to consuming a 5th revolution pill. The effect of 5 rays of starlight healing was almost equivalent to consuming 5 5th revolution pills. If I condense 1 million stars, even if my cultivation base is low, ordinary immortal emperors won't be able to kill me. This technique has great potential. If I cultivate it well, it will certainly become an indispensable trump card for me in the future. Ning Fan nodded. He was extremely satisfied with this Emperor Star inheritance. The purpose of his trip to the Broken World and the Star Palace was to improve his strength. Today, the results were obvious. Other than his magic power which was still weak and he had yet to attain the divine transformation realm, his demon power and devil qi had been cultivated to an extremely high level. Even if the current Ning Fan returns to the external endless sea and enters the internal endless sea, he would still be able to move unhindered without being afraid of the demon sealing sect. Moreover, if the master of the demon sealing sect, Lu Jiefan, encounters Ning Fan, he would need to avoid him. That day when I entered the endless sea, in order to save Suqiu, I provoked the demon sealing palace. Now, the demon sealing sect is no longer a threat. Ning Fan's tone was calm. He had really become stronger. Even if he returns to Yu country, he would be able to take over a territory and proclaim himself as the old ancestor of the country. He would be invincible below the void refinement realm. Perhaps, after returning to the outer endless sea this time, I can settle some karma and enter the inner endless sea again to help you reclaim the divine space island. After that, I can go home. Go home. I've been away from home for too long. Ning Fan looked at the stars above his head and his eyes turned gentle. Even though he was shouldering tremendous pressure and cultivating bitterly, compared to many people, he was already blessed. He had a family, a wife, a master, a younger brother, and an ordinary but warm past. Perhaps I still have my mother. Ning Fan was a little expectant. He killed mortals in the Cloud Sea and saw his mother in the illusion. He would never forget those scenes. Perhaps his mother was still alive somewhere in the world. Perhaps there would still be a day for them to meet again. Speaking of which, I didn't have a father or a mother since I was young, and I've never experienced the warmth of a parent. To a cultivator, it's a pity to lack this level of understanding. Moreover, from the bottom of my heart, I also want to meet my mother. Ning Fan put away his complicated thoughts. He knew that now was not the time to think about these things. Returning to the outer endless sea meant reuniting with some people. At the same time, it also meant parting ways with Yuan Yao, Shiran, Wu Yan and the other women. From Ning Fan's point of view, he had already left an unforgettable memory of being together with them through thick and thin. He had never said any flowery words to his women. All he did was to give them his sincerity in exchange for their sincerity. Since he was reluctant to part with them, the three women would probably be reluctant too. Moreover, before he left, he still needed to fulfill Lu Daochun's request and remove the Sin Seal for Lu Wu. Once the Sin Seal is removed, Lu Wu would be free from the pain of being burned by the Sin Seal every day. He could then enter samsara and begin his next life of reincarnation and cultivation. "I'm leaving," it was as if he was talking to himself. However, the world in his mind immediately collapsed like an illusion. In the Cloud Palace, Ning Fan, who had been standing still for 100 days, opened his eyes. His aura force was at least twice as strong as before he received the Emperor Star's inheritance. "You're awake. Good. Good. You've already grasped the Celestial Emperor Star technique. Amazing. If you have the opportunity in the future, you might even have the chance to become the next Celestial Sovereign if you carry this technique forward." Lu Wu lowered his body and looked at Ning Fan with eyes full of praise. "Senior, you must be joking." Ning Fan shook his head. He was a man who had his feet on the ground. Now that he was just at the divine transformation realm, he was countless cultivation levels away from the celestial sovereign realm. Thus, he would not indulge in idle fantasies. "I've told you before that I have two objectives for coming here. One is to obtain the Emperor Star's inheritance and the other is to help you remove the Sin Seal. Now that I've obtained the Emperor Star, I can completely complete my mission if I remove the Sin Seal." "Sin Seal, huh? Hee. I believe you can remove it." Lu Wu's eyes were filled with anticipation. The Sin Seal had been planted on him for far too long. It would act up every night, making his body feel like it was burning and the pain was unbearable. When he died, he could no longer be resurrected. Only his remnant soul was left. As for this remnant soul, it was sealed by the Sin Seal and could not be reincarnated. To cultivators, death was something they couldn't do anything about. It meant that they would lose all of their cultivation base and they would have to start all over again. However, as long as their soul did not disperse and they still had the chance to enter samsara, they would still be able to live another life. To mortals, death was terrifying. To cultivators, however, what was scarier than death was having one's soul dispersed and being unable to reincarnate. It was exactly because they valued samsara so much that they were willing to give up on it that Ning Fan was shocked. Just like that day when the old ancestor of the Hu clan, Hu Fengzi, was willing to sacrifice his soul for the prosperity of his clan and condense a cultivation pill in exchange for Ning Fan's help to protect his clan. The cultivation world was cold and selfish. However, at the same time, there was also warmth, righteousness and touching. "Senior, please bear with the pain for a while. I will help you remove the Sin Seal now." Ning Fan tapped the tip of his feet and soared into the sky, landing on the back of the giant beast. He crouched down and touched the blood-red Sin Seal on the back of the giant beast. Just by touching it, the Sin Seal released a terrifying heat that burnt his fingers. The power of this Sin Seal was a little more terrifying than what Ning Fan had imagined. Fortunately, this little injury was nothing to be afraid of at all. The tip of his finger was surrounded by black starlight. Just a little bit of starlight was enough to heal his burnt finger, making it as good as new. The black star healing technique really lived up to its reputation. With this technique, Ning Fan was a divine doctor. It was as easy as flipping his hand to revive a person with white bones. The Sin Seal is the punishment that the large clans of the true spirit realm give to the demons who have sinned. Ever since the demon race lost their spirit, a large number of members of the true spirit clan no longer have the royal bloodline. Only a few members of the true spirit clan still have the royal bloodline. This Sin Seal can only be planted and removed by those with the royal bloodline. This means that once the Sin Seal is planted in you by the large clans of the true spirit clan, you must obey the orders of the clan. Otherwise, no one will remove the Sin Seal for you. Then, you will no longer have the chance to reincarnate and you will have to suffer for eternity. Lu Wu's eyes darkened. His tone was filled with anger. It was imaginable how humiliating it was for him to be forced by the true spirit clan to plant the Sin Seal in him. If you can't remove the Sin Seal, then forget it. This is just a small matter. I have been enduring this kind of pain for more than 100 million years and I have already gotten used to it. However, I will not give in the end. The moment I put on the heavenly marshal's armor, I have already disregarded life and death. Lu Wu's eyes were filled with heroic spirit. Ning Fan had seen that kind of heroic spirit in the eyes of many demon generals of the Lu clan before. There were not many people like them in the cultivation world who would burn their blood and swear that they would not surrender even if they died. However, there were quite a number of them in the 9 divisions of the Lu clan. It was the heroic spirit of raising one's arm and shouting as a general, "There is no need to fear death. Don't worry. I have promised Lu Daochen to save you. This mere Sin Seal is nothing to me. The person who planted this Sin Seal does not have a weak bloodline. He has almost condensed half a drop of ancestral blood. However, a mere half a drop of ancestral blood is too weak in my eyes." Ning Fan bit the tip of his tongue and spurted out a purplish-black blood mist. As soon as the blood mist landed on Lu Wu's back, the indelible blood-red Sin Seal began to tremble. So what if it's a Sin Seal with half a drop of ancestral blood? He has 4 drops of ancestral blood in his body. If the Fu Li clan still exists, he will be the ancestor of the clan. Break. The purplish-black blood mist glowed with a dim light and formed a secret formation mark on Lu Wu's back. At the moment when the formation mark took shape, the purplish-black light around Lu Wu's body shone brightly. Within the light, the Sin Seal that was deeply rooted in Lu Wu's body was corroded and dissipated with a sizzling sound. Huff. Lu Wu's body suddenly trembled and he exhaled a mouthful of murky qi. His eyes were filled with surprise. The Sin Seal was broken. He was free now. His remnant soul could re-enter samsara. Within the dim cloud palace, white light shot up to the sky all of a sudden. Those white lights were all shot out from Lu Wu's remnant soul. In the dazzling white light, his soul seemed to have evaporated as if it had sensed the call of samsara. Thank you. Thank you. I am going to re-enter samsara. Thank you. Lu Wu's eyes were filled with surprise. After re-entering samsara, this life would be over. In the next life, he would be reborn. It's a promise I made and a promise I will do. That's all. Senior, you don't have to thank me. Ning Fan leaped down from the beast's body and stood on the ground. Looking at Lu Wu who was rising to the sky in the white light, his eyes were filled with gratification. Everyone had their own happiness. To many people, death was terrifying. However, to Lu Wu, being able to re-enter samsara after death was a kind of happiness. Lu Wu's soul dissipated in the white light. Ning Fan suddenly felt inspired. He patted his storage pouch and took out 2 jars of mud-sealed wine. He held one jar for himself and tossed the other one to the sky. Then, he said loudly, "Wouldn't it be a pity if I don't have wine to send you on a long journey?" Lu Wu, whose body was enveloped by the white light, was stunned. Then, he burst into laughter. He opened his mouth and swallowed the wine jar into his stomach. Ning Fan had snatched this wine from an unlucky person. It was some kind of medicinal wine, and it was not a good wine. However, Lu Wu did not despise it at all. Looking at Ning Fan, he felt as if he regretted not meeting his bosom friend earlier. Well said. What a good way to send you on a long journey. Everyone is afraid of death and samsara. However, you compared death to a long journey. I can't be compared to your heroic spirit. I will drink this wine. If we are fated to meet again in my next life, I will definitely sit on a high and dangerous building and drink a pot of real good wine with you. All right. If we are fated, I will definitely drink with you in my next life. Ning Fan's understanding of samsara became deeper and deeper. That's right. Just like what he said before, samsara is just a long journey. It was a process of walking from life to death and then from death to life. However, it seemed like there was more to it than that. The white light gradually dimmed. Lu Wu's figure gradually disappeared and his laughter gradually disappeared. He went to be reincarnated. In his next life, he might be a farmer, a mortal martial expert, or a scholar. There probably wouldn't be many chances for him to cultivate the Tao. The cloud palace turned dark again. Only Ning Fan was left standing in silence for a long time. He seemed to be recalling his feelings when he erected a grave for the old ancestor of Wei country, sending him to his death. After a long time, he patted his storage pouch and took out a wordless heavenly book. This book was exchanged with the contribution points of the sinister Sparrow sect. There were no words on the book, but there was only the word sending him to his death on the cover. In the past, he did not know who wrote this book. Now, he understood that it was the handwriting of Immortal Sovereign Zido. Immortal Sovereign Zido once sent a friend to his death, sending him to his death. Today, I send him to his death. In the next life, he will send me off. Is this samsara? Ning Fan's comprehension increased. All of a sudden, a faint purple light rose from the wordless heavenly book. The pages of the book moved without any wind. When the breeze blew open the first page of the book, the originally blank white paper slowly revealed 24 arrogant words written in ink. The death of an immortal is like the extinguishing of a lamp. The death of an immortal is like the scattering of his thoughts. This is samsara. Ning Fan's expression changed. It turned out that this wordless heavenly book was not without words. The words on it were just erased by the power of samsara. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.